Call the meeting to order. Ko Rick Barker toko ingawa no runanga aho kei o mahu aho I noho ana. I'm Rick Barker, I'm from Runanga, and I currently reside at Omahu, and I'm here to chair the meeting here today, the last meeting of the Council for this Australian. Before I start, I'll invite Pieri Munro to lead us with the colour here to dignify the occasion as it should be.
Tēnā koe chair, me au e pepe hea mai nei, tēnei tākore mihi ki a koe. E aku rangatira tēnā koutou hoki mai kei roto ki tāu whare, e kia nei ko tēnei te kaunihera arohe a tamatau a māu, a tēnā koutou hoki mai, tēnā koutou whakatau maira. Ka tika kia me hiki ngā mate kairumi a tātau, I ngā rā ko hore a kenei. Just acknowledging first and foremost those we know who have passed on. And here I reference Nathan Heath, who is our relationship manager in the northern part. His mum passed away in Tauranga recently. Also yesterday, on behalf of Hawke's Bay Regional Council, we attended the funeral at Te Moio of Te Aiorangi Trevor Taurima. And just recently, just this morning, I also heard of the passing. Diane Smith is on our Maori committee, and her mum's just passed away, and she'll be taken to the marae down at Okakuro this afternoon. Pura tātou te hunga ore e mihi kia rātou, koe mene atu ki te pō, no reira rātou kia rātou, kaua mihi a ko tangi hia. Hoki mai rā kia tātou te hunga ora, tēnā koutou katoa. Our karakia is on the back. None of you need to look at the back. Whakairo hia I your hinunga. It's carved well into your thoughts. Hoi anō, me inoi tātou. Whakataka te au ki te uru, whakataka te au ki te tona, kia mā kina kia ta, kia mā tara ki tai, e hia ki ana te atakura, e tio, e hoka, e hauru, te hei, moraura. There's a lovely whakataukia proverb that goes, whai ato iti kahurangi, me tuaho koe ke he maunga teitei, which means pursue those things most precious to you and let it only be a lofty mountain that you should bow to. So on behalf of our staff at Hawke's Bay Regional Council, this coming close to the end of a training period, tēnei te mihi kia koutou katoa. Me ki rā iau nei tā koha mai iau mahi e oia e ohia, e otia nei mō tō tātou reo hāpuri putano. I just wanted to, on behalf of our staff, the pleasure of working with you as our governors, and to acknowledge the work that you've been doing over the last triennium. For whom? For the people that we all serve, particularly through this Hawke's Bay Regional Council. Tēnā koutou katoa.
Kia ora, thank you, Pieri. The Bard of Hawke's Bay. Apologies. Do we have any apologies, Secretary? No. No apologies. Do we have any notices? No notices. We have some housekeeping items. This live meeting is being live streamed on the Facebook page. In the event of an earthquake, drop, cover and hold. The shaking is long and strong. Then when it subsides, leave the buildings for the nearest exit. Proceed towards Napier Hill, up Dalton Street to Tiffin Park and up the hill. In the event of an emergency, alarm sounds, evacuate the building to the nearest exit and proceed to the assembly area, which is on the grass corner on Dalton Street. Toilets are located down the end of the hallway. Item 2, conflicts of interest. Do any councillors have any conflicts of interest to declare? It's your last chance. There being none, we'll move on to the minutes of the 31st of August 2022. There is a slight amendment being proposed by the staff, and it is on the resolution on 7 with respect to the future of the coastline. This is under the deliberation of the coastline. The item Chris Dolly introduced in part 2 agrees in principle take charge of adapting to coastal hazard strategy is to be changed to adapting to coastal hazards between Clifton and Concourse. A very subtle change, which I think most people would struggle to see why it's necessary, but I'll move the minutes as amended to be adopted. Seconder. Craig, any discussion? Put the question, all those in favour will say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. Carried. Follow-ups from the previous meetings. Chief Executive, would you lead us
Thank you,
through
Chair.
this?
There are just two of those, both of which have been actioned, so we can take any questions in relation to those.
Any questions on the follow-ups? Being none, we'll then move to, I had one. I've got a question. I just see on the OIA requests that the staff have preferred to have a generic term such as individual, media, etc. for all of the OIA requests, except with respect to the one on the Royal Taniwha, where they identify particularly forest and bird. Now, I was wondering why we have a precise name for that, but we have only generic names for the rest. It seems to me that there's a difference in attitude, which could be taken as signalling a difference of attitude to forest and bird, which I hope it wasn't, but I would have thought if you're going to stick with the style, then it would have been as a NGO.
So, Chair, my recollection previously had been that Council was of a mind to withhold the names of natural persons, but to identify organisations. So we'll double check that, because you're quite right, there has been an inconsistency there with respect to organisations. So,
So organisations, media would have been an organisation, a law firm would have been an organisation.
Correct.
They would have been named
correct.
correctly.
So either it would be that way, or with respect to Royal Forest and Bird, it should read environmental NGO or non-governmental organisation or something like that to be consistent. Right. So I think the point you raise is valid. We'll look into the consistency of the policy and remedy that for the future.
I look forward to the remedy. Thank you. Okay. Significant organisational activities looking forward through October 20. We want to move, do we? All right. Someone move follow-up. Councillor Curtin, Councillor Van Beek. All those in favour will say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. Carried. Significant organisational activities.
Thank you, Chair. We'll just take all of that activity as read, and we have members of the executive team available to answer any questions in relation to those.
Right, I'll go from left to right, and starting with Councillor Curtin. Do you have any items?
Yes, thanks, Mr. Chair. If I could refer to the Central Catchment report. We've got flood control schemes resilience funded projects. I can't see anywhere else. The next page is Napier Urban Waterways review. I wonder whether we can have a bit more precise reporting in line of sight, and I'm perhaps by way of reference to the excellent report produced at the Environment Committee, which describes elements of a scheme plan, including such things as review of current performance, options to deliver level of service, analysis of assets, replacement program, 30-year, 10-year and 30-year CapEx and OpEx. I wonder if we could have a more detailed report against the urban waterway review or the drainage schemes, whichever is most appropriate there for that.
Through you, Chair, so this item specifically identifying the Napier Urban Waterway review was added into this month's significant activity report in response to a request from Councillor Curtin to provide specific reporting on this matter. Clearly we've fallen short in terms of the level of detail relative to what was provided to the NICC last week. So for coming months we will note that and attempt to provide a more comprehensive reporting of the activity.
Appreciated by the incoming Napier councillors, I'm sure.
Sure.
Whoever they may be.
Whoever they may be.
Okay. Anything else?
No, that's fine.
Craig?
Thanks. Picking up on that, item 15 and 16, the consenting of all pump stations within the various schemes. Are these pump stations, aren't they already in place? But if we read 15, it says we're having discussions with tanga whenua about pump station locations and movement of water. Are some of these going to move or something, or what's happening there, or is it just engaging in a deeper conversation?
So Mr. Dolly is not with us today. He's out of region on a national Lifelines conference. But we have got John Kingsford here. This might be a bit wide of John's area of responsibility specifically, but he may know that as part of the scheme reviews, it is possible that there will be new locations required. But certainly it is true that what is being consented is largely the existing pump station network. So it may be more just in relation to tangata whenua engagement in relation to pump station within locations of relevance or interest to the tangata whenua, because I wasn't aware of any specific plans for any specific new pump stations, but I do know that obviously in the review of network performance to lift it to a 1 in 500 year level of performance, there may be some new pumping required. John is further on that.
Thank you, James. Through you, Mr. Chair, I believe you've summed it up reasonably accurately. We wouldn't close the door on the potential for relocation, but this is about having a deeper conversation about the activity and those locations and how they operate and what their intention is going forward.
Okay, so just maybe the way I've read it, but I interpret it as you may be moving them or there's new ones there, because it talks about having discussions about location. But I do recall some of them weren't consented or something. There were some issues about or confusion about who had the consent, so perhaps it's in there, because if we had a flood of biblical proportions, we wouldn't want to be stuck, would we?
So to clarify for Council's benefit, Chair, none of these pump stations have historically been consented. They've operated under the permitted activity rule in the Regional Resource Management Plan that relates to the operation of our flood schemes. Legal advice sought more recently has suggested, because they are effectively discharges as well, that there is a strong case for them to be consented. And so in the interests of the Regional Council being consistent with the way it would treat other discharges to the environment, we've taken the decision to consent all of our pump stations, and that is the process that's currently underway.
Thanks.
Can I... Supplementary question, Councillor Kirk.
Yes,
tells
thank
me
you.
he's going to have a small,
very
so
small,
let you be the judge of this, Councillor.
small intervention. Thank you, Mr. Chair. John, is this your first meeting of council?
That is correct.
Careful.
So I'd just like to welcome you and thank you for coming out from the dark side onto the bright side. Good to see you here, and we'll obviously have a bright future with you on this side of the road.
Thank you very much. Very much enjoying my time here.
And the record note that was met with merriment. Jackie.
Thank you, Chair. Traffic lights number 14, please. CE, Enterprise Asset Management. It has been a very challenging year for staff. How much, well, I'm hope that you'll find someone soon, but I just really wanted to ask about the level of impact on project progress.
The bulk, well, the work that has been the focus of the ICT and finance team over the last 18 months with respect to Technology One has been the bedding in of the new financial management information system. This is the next phase that brings in our asset management that sits predominantly in our flood assets, flood and drainage assets, and regional parks and cycleways, and seeks to build off the back of the financial management information system a picture of all of our assets and asset condition, and so the financial tracking of the ongoing operation, maintenance, depreciation, and replacement of all those assets is back-ended into our financial management system. At the moment, we have two completely separate systems, and the idea is to integrate them. This, therefore, is long-term strategic work. It doesn't impede the operation of our assets or the service delivery by council in any way in terms of the challenges we've had around personnel with executing this project. So it's not impacting on the business in any operational sense, but strategically in the longer term, what we do need is a fully integrated financial and asset management system. And so this is a priority in terms of our overall IT work program to deliver. It still has staff working on it and has resourcing allocated to it, so it is still progressing. It's just not on the time frame that we had originally envisaged, but it is not having an impact on council service delivery.
Thank you, Chair.
Michelle? Will?
Thank you, Chair. Bit like I couldn't finish the last meeting of this training without asking a gravel question.
Gotta love consistency.
And so just disappointment, Chris Dolly's not here, but I'll ask anyway. So number 19 there about the new tender for extraction, significant amount of gravel by the looks of it there in terms of the number. All observations down in my community are the significant rain we've had most of this year is shifting a lot of gravel, which perhaps we're not been used to the last few dry years. So are we at risk of, completing our gravel extraction project down there and actually obviously being better off for having that gravel out, but our amount of gravel still in the rivers is perhaps even more?
Yes, so when we went into this program of work, we knew the size of the problem was approximately 3 million cubic metres. We were hopeful that our budget, depending on how we might go in terms of the economics of extraction, might extend to up to 1 million cubic metres, still leaving us with a 2 million cubic metre problem. So that problem exists and is a long-term funding one for council. So the good news is that we're making inroads into the gravel accretion that is there. The bad news is that it keeps coming, and as Councillor points out, heavy rainfall events only exacerbate that challenge. Having said that, heavy rainfall does also move the gravel down the catchment, and ultimately there is a discharge to sea happening all of the time. So very heavy rainfall events are helpful in terms of moving gravel, and on balance, the very big events are shifting what has accreted over time from a lack of heavy rainfall events. But at the moment, obviously, these more continuous low volume events don't shift an awful lot down the catchment, but pull gravel out of the hills and add to the problem we have on the Rptp plains. So for the next long-term plan, once the Crown funding has finished, there will need to be a conversation with the community about the willingness to pay for further extraction of the remaining 2 million cubes, which might grow in its size depending on what happens in terms of rainfall events between now and then.
Gareth?
Yeah, I'm on gravel as well, on number 11. So there's a strategy for transition and engagement with industry, and that's being developed right now. But the communities that are around gravel extraction at times are actually quite antsy about truck movements, time of truck movements, noise, dust. But also now recently we see a lot of gravel on roads, and it creates damage to cars' windscreens. And in the Marakakaho region itself, there has been, and they've been recording this damage, which hasn't been done in the past, and it's eye-watering. I couldn't believe it myself. So I think it's actually quite important that we also engage with the communities where we actually take that gravel out, we've made some promises in the past and we've broken them and actually haven't met with them. And I know our staff are extremely busy, and at times we are short, but we shouldn't take the community for granted, and actually we should spend time with them. That's my point on this. Thank you.
Chair, could I just make the observation that with council support, we have now funded a second gravel compliance officer role, and the council's compliance team alongside our asset management team is placing much greater emphasis on the management of gravel abstraction. In part, that's in response to the fact that the volume of gravel extraction happening across the region is at record levels, reflecting civil construction across the region. But it also reflects the fact we're now moving into the new consent arrangements, which is more stringent in terms of this activity. And so there is, we've got a lot more control, if you like, over the activity, but it's only as good as the practice on the ground. So there is work which is indicated there in terms of industry engagement around the performance of the sector and these impacts on the community, and we'll continue to work as closely as we can with the industry around managing those. And we certainly welcome reports from the community about concern relating to gravel extraction. We can only manage what we hear about, and so we appreciate the community's proactivity in terms of advising us of these issues so we can work with industry to resolve them.
If I might make the observation, if I can, liaison with the community is one thing. What people want solutions to it, and I think two of the solutions are, firstly, that some of the trucks are overloaded with gravel, hence are falling up. Secondly, you quite often see in Auckland, other areas where we've got loose loads like that, the trucks are required to have a tarpaulin covering them. Here we don't. So there's things we can do to minimise it. We should do that. Right. Mike?
Two comments, Mr. Chairman, and one question. The first comment was in regards to Central, number 14, the Hawke Regional Park. Can we please ensure that the mana whenua group is kept informed? And I do accept that some of this is down to the mana whenua group themselves not being able to be available. But I think it's important, given the investment that's taken place, that we continue to keep that relationship going. The second comment is in regards to the traffic lights, number 2, the regional water storage program, Heretanga. Without risking stirring up feelings in regards to the Rua Taniwha situation, I appreciate that we're talking about engagement here with mana whenua. But I think the engagement has to be a genuine engagement, and it has to be a authentic engagement. So that's moving this from engaging or consulting into the realm of partnership, where the Rua Taniwha is trying to go in regards to mana whenua there. It doesn't mean to say that mana whenua will necessarily agree, but it's about the authenticity of that relationship. So I would highly encourage regional council to look at partnership versus engagement or consultation. The other one is a question. It's in regards to the strategic plans project pipeline, Clive River Dredging 2030. I take it we are not talking about the 2020 program. That's
What number is this?
it's a key strategic pipelines, number 2 projects. Past the traffic lights, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, past the traffic lights?
Yeah.
So perhaps, Chair, I could clarify. The Clive River Dredge is called Clive River Dredge 2030 because in the long-term plan we consulted on a proposal to discharge the dredge to land and to fund that and to increase rates to forward collect the rating revenue required to undertake the activity at that new, more costly scale. That at the time was premised on the fact we would obtain a resource consent for a discharge to sea dredge in the meantime. Subsequent to the long-term plan, the discharge to sea proposal has been abandoned because of the consenting challenges associated with that. So plan B now is to bring forward the dredge and discharge to land, subject to the availability of land and to borrow against the scheme and fund that activity, pay it off in time as opposed to front load or prepay the activity. And that would enable us to progress the dredge, but also to do it within a consentable manner. So the work currently underway is to find a land-based discharge pathway and to do that as expeditiously as possible. So it's not intended to be 2030 as the date at which that dredge will take place, but it still just remains the name of the project from what was funded in the long-term plan. So the incoming council will be faced with some options and may wish to approve bringing forward that activity and borrowing against the scheme to fund a dredge in the near term.
Thank you.
Apiata,
Questions from members?
Charles?
Just in regards to number 4, regards to the Whakakī Lakes Trust. I had a couple of phone calls from some farmer yesterday, and along the lines of the letters we received the other month, cease and desist and those sorts of letters. Yeah. And they're concerned that they not all tangata whenua are on board, and I take our point that we only work with the Lakes Trust anyway, rather than the people themselves, and that they were wanting to know if there could be an extension to hold a few hui, probably 3, more than 1. They said 1 hui was not enough to try and reconcile differences, and they're suggesting maybe 2 or 3 over a little bit of a longer time. And I see you've got a bit of time here between now and January, and it might be worth advising the Whakakī Lakes Trust that maybe they can do that.
Chair, I'll note that and seek some advice in relation to it. I am aware that there has been a very long period and extensive investment in community engagement around this project over recent years. So I would like to seek advice as to whether or not it would be likely to result in any additional outcome or new information or bring the parties together if we do indeed undertake more hui. So just look into that.
Took pains to point out that the regional council was dealing with the representatives of the lake, as far as we can see.
Yes.
So any relationship building has to be done down there first.
Understood.
And also, the people who are asking for this ongoing hui would need, or who they represent, would need to be clearly identified. We need to know who we're dealing with here. Because the other people who are turning up the hui want to know, well, who's coming?
Yes.
So it's fair on everybody. So we're having a meeting, who's invited, so be clarity about that. I think that did raise all that.
Chair.
Martin?
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple. Firstly, water efficiency program.
What number?
It's item 3 in the traffic lights.
3 in traffic lights. Thank you.
I think I asked a question at a recent meeting about precisely what's involved in a business case being approved, but perhaps just a refresher on what that involves. And then the language of the item is that this would then seem to become a strategic project, but not already a strategic project. Can you just sort of unpack that a little bit for me, perhaps, James?
So what was allocated in the long-term plan was $1 million, I think from year 3, from memory,
Right.
of the long-term plan for water use efficiency initiatives. It was not defined at that point what the funding would be specifically applied to, and so the work that on the business case seeks to provide some options around how to make that investment. That business case will come back to council for approval post-elections. At that point, we'll seek to progress it. The language with respect to it being a strategic project, I'm a little confused about myself, to be honest. What we had intended to do was rationalise this list, and you'll see some other items where we're lumping things together. And so given that this is part of our regional water security picture, the idea had been that it would be reported as a part of the consolidated package. That reference there to it becoming a strategic project, I'm slightly less clear on.
I took it to mean that we're looking to do something here, develop a business case, and once we've got that, then it becomes a plan and a project. At the moment, it's only thinking about getting a plan, that's how I read that.
That's correct, but for our reporting purposes, it's being treated as a strategic project right now because it's in the strategic project register, which is the bit that I'm slightly confused by, but
All right.
we'll just
Next
take
one,
it
Martin.
offline and clarify it.
Yes, and it's in a similar vein, but it's the kind of the converse point. I saw a reference in here, which of course now I can't find, to the ECS no longer being reported. Here we go. Item 10 on the traffic lights. Reporting for ECS will no longer be tracked by the PMO. Why not?
The reason for that is it's effectively become a business as usual activity for our catchment delivery teams. It will certainly continue to be reported against in terms of the quarterly organisational performance reports. It'll be reported to the ENICC in terms of our annual delivery, etc. It's just moved effectively from a stand-up of a new function into an ongoing business as usual one.
All right. Thank you very much. Chair?
Thank you. Anyone?
Thank you, Chair. Just back to the Whakaki Freshwater Improvement Fund project. Given we heard the dynamics of that community in our EICC meeting, I just have a question around the where and understanding how we're monitoring for its effectiveness with water quality starting with baseline once it's developed. So close to where the where's.
So we've, through you, Chair, Morena Koutou, councillors, we've actually got a monitoring platform set up in the lake itself. So purpose-built platform that's operated real-time data collection for a number of years now. So the intent is that understanding the impact of the weir will be on overall level and water quality of the lake. So it's not specifically at the location of where it's in, the weir is being constructed at, but broadly within the lake environment. So that work is already underway.
Thank you. To the strategic projects, number 1, Right Tree, Right Place pilot. How many pilots do we actually have confirmed and in which catchments?
So the team are confirming the pilot properties at the moment. The number I think initially was 20 properties that they're whittling down, and I don't have the exact details of where those properties are, and I can certainly find that out for you. And they're working through the due diligence just to confirm and basically line up with the landowners whether they're prepared to be part of the pilot at the moment. So the numbers will come down, but they're very close to the point of firming those up because we're going to need to prepare for substantive activity next year for planting, etc.
It's probably worthy for an update at EICC at the next possible count.
Some time away now, isn't it? It'll be February next year. Certainly.
That's right. But I suppose my point is we haven't had eyes on how things are developing. And number 15, the Ahuriri catchment plans, the urban advisor, how close are we to getting a coordinator there for Ahuriri?
I'm sorry, I can't give you an update on that. I don't think John will know, and Chris will be the repository of all knowledge on that matter, and he's not with us today, so we'll just have to come back to you offline on that.
Yes, please. Thanks, Chair.
I know it has continued to be difficult to find somebody with the requisite skills.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, would someone like to move that we receive the report, please?
Yep.
Councillor Kenny-Wai, do a seconder. Sheriff. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, no. Carried. We now come to that most important item. Calls for minor items not on the agenda. Do you have any minor items not on the agenda? Will?
Weather, please, Chair.
Weather. How are you spelling that? W-E-A or W-H? Anybody else? Neil?
Triennium.
Triennium. You want one? Okay. Right, we'll move on to the next item, decision-making. Revenue and Financing Policy Review, Step 1 Analysis. I just want to say from the outset, I really like the style of our reports now. I think it's getting to a good place. We've got the reason for the report, the officer's recommendation, the executive summary. So when you start to read the report, you've got a real feel for the outline of it as you go through. This is a really good model. It's, they're coming along really well. So, James, you're going to lead this as an introduction? We're just going to go.
So yes, we've got Ross with us. Unfortunately, Chris Comber, our Chief Financial Officer, is unwell today, so is not with us. Ross has obviously been with the project on the way through. And we don't have Philip Jones, our consultant on this either. However, of course, there have been a good number of workshops and we've had much discussion on this on the way through. Oh, no. We do have Philip with us. Apologies, Philip.
Apology accepted. Thank you, Mr. Chief Executive. I was just staying quiet in the background.
Oh, no, very good. All of the material here should be familiar to council, although recognising that not everybody has been able to be present for every discussion along the way. This is the part of a longer-term journey, of course, as we go through towards the next level of decision-making with the council post-elections around how we will fund these various activities. And there will be a check back in with the new council on the decisions or the recommendations of this council to confirm those.
I've always worked at the DHB and I needed a change and I needed a...
I think that's you, Philip. Thank you.
It was my apologies.
And then the intention...
I'm official around for that, thank you.
And just a reminder, the intention is to consult the community on changes to the revenue and financing policy before the end of next calendar year, enabling those decisions to be taken by council ahead of consultation on the next long-term plan in early 2024. So this is all lined up to ensure that the next long-term plan is based on the most recent and revised assessment of the appropriate approach to revenue and financing across all of the council's revenue streams.
Okay, so just in summary, we're going to have a consultation on this work, there will be consultation on the plan, and this work is to ensure that we have the appropriate funding to give effect to the plan.
Correct, Chair.
An unusual strategy you'll find in the world markets of the day. Anyway, Ross and Philip, some introductory comments, and then we'll take questions from councillors.
Do you want to kick in with anything, Philip?
No, I think and it's for council to critique what it has recorded to date and confirm step 1. And as the Chief Executive has already outlined, then it will be over to the new elected members to confirm or modify step 1 and then move on with the rest of the project.
Thank you. Ross?
So, as you see, we have the report. Attached to the report, we have 2 attachments. We've got attachment 1, which I'm putting up on screen here, which is the initial analysis based on your initial discussions that you've workshopped looking through I think it's 34 activities. So today we'll get you to step through each of these 34 activities and actually review what's been put in front of you, discuss, change, and then finally adopt an amended assessment, which will then be put forward to the new council. A second attachment we've put there for background information is the information on activity descriptions, so you've got a bit of background on what is this activity, if required. So then it's really just a matter of now progressively stepping through each one of these activities.
Are you envisaging that we're going to go through this line by line? Because I was not.
Chair, can I suggest that, look, I think it would be helpful to get confirmation and answer any questions as we go through as to, whether there are any concerns or lack of comfort with what's proposed, it might be most efficient if we do it in chunks. So we do it, say, governance and partnerships first, and just confirm that what is there works for council, and if there's any questions in relation to governance and partnerships, we'll take them and do it in blocks might be the way to do that most efficiently.
The way you describe it, Ross, we're going to go back to square one and go through it line by line and step through them all again, and as if we hadn't gone through the excruciating exercise of the workshops. So I would have thought this would come to us as a result of the workshops, and we're just having an overview of it, questions if people haven't got it right, and then, moving on.
Chair, if I may, just to perhaps slightly in defence of Ross's corner, I am mindful of the Ombudsman's concern about the use of workshops for decision-making and council meetings being excessively pro forma.
I surrender.
So,
I surrender.
But if we do it in blocks, that might be more efficient.
You've got to observe the Geneva Conventions. Once the hand is surrendered up, you stop. Okay. All right, let's do that then. Let's go through block one. With the first one here is on page 27. Is that correct?
That's correct. So with respect to governance and partnerships, all of the activities are proposed to be, the first block that relate to community representation, tangata whenua partnerships and community sustainability, all at 100% general rate funded.
Yep.
Proposing with respect to sustainable homes, where obviously the benefits accrue to individuals, 100% targeted rates.
Okay.
And then regional development, the last one are the governance partnerships, which is primarily the funding for Hawke's Bay Tourism and our new Regional Economic Development Agency, proposed a differentiated targeted rate.
All right, any councillors, any questions on that?
Do we have any questions or discussion?
Well, I have questions first. Is something, or do you want to go straight to discussion? Okay, discussion. Martin.
All right, I'm just I was scurrying back to look at some other notes, but I will get onto the agenda item now. The first point I just wanted to talk about, if you bear with me, is sustainable homes, actually. I'm not entirely confident that 100% targeted rates is the right approach. My view is that while as with resource consents, we've arrived at 90-10 in our preliminary thinking, that the primary beneficiary of that activity is the consent holder, and in this case, the primary beneficiary of insulation and clean heating and solar or whatever it might be is the homeowner. I'm equally conscious of the advice we've had from our climate change ambassador that domestic house emissions are a significant and appreciable part of our overall footprint, and there are those air quality related issues for consideration which are hard to pin to a given airshed. And so I actually think that this is part of the region basically fulfilling its climate change obligations under the Zero Carbon Act ultimately, and that there is a regional benefit in this work, not just a benefit to the homeowners themselves. I may be a lone voice in that regard, but in my view it should be possibly 90% targeted rate to the homeowners and 10 or 20% to a general rate.
Can I just put the contra to that?
That's my view. You can put whatever you like, but that's my view.
Just a contra view to that is that unlike the other, when you do the sustainable homes, it's an investment of the home, and what an investment is becomes the property of the homeowner. And so if 10% of that is paid for by the general ratepayer, then you have effectively what some people describe as a subsidy to the homeowner for their, which is to their own, therefore, personal benefit. And when you do that, you then have to think about how that sits against people who have already done it for themselves and done all the right thing there, that you've then got this inequity. So those are I understand the moral thing that you put forward, and get that, but I just think those are two other considerations you need to have on this before you shift from 100%, back to a general subsidy support.
I think the same could be said of consent holders. They have an asset, it's transferable, it can be a 35-year term, they derive significant commercial value from it over the life of that consent, and yet the general ratepayer is contributing to 10% of their administration and processing costs. So, anyway, that's me.
Okay. All right. To do this, I think we need to get to a decision-making position here. So, someone move a motion that the.
Sorry, have you finished?
No,
Well, I've got no hands up.
Where are we up to? Are we doing it block by block?
Block by block, yes.
And you're concluding this block, or are you taking it as a whole?
I'm just concluding this block, and I've just had a discussion with Martin. I looked around the room, and I had no one had their hand up. Katie, they'd like to speak or say something. Right, thank you, Jackie. This is how it works.
Before you make a decision, want to be certain you're not actually agreeing with what Martin is proposing, but perhaps rather that there's a variation from 100% targeted.
What I was going to suggest before I got sidetracked by Neil was that for this block, I just think we need to make a decision, and therefore requires a motion. So someone needs to move a motion that we adopt the block as it is, or someone moves that we adopt the block with a change from 100 to 90, and then test the move of council and then have a decision, move on. Charles. Yep.
It's not clear where the block starts and stops.
That's right, yeah.
Yeah, because there are a lot of sub-blocks in there, under the main block.
The ones that the community,
Yeah.
all the way down to sustainable homes and regional development.
Well, Mr. Chair, to be as helpful as ever.
You're always helpful. Please be.
I wonder whether, in fact, any deliberation could take place at the end with a note as to those items which may be differentiated.
This has kind of surprised me in the way that we're going to handle this, but given that there's the number of things, I just thought it would be, given that we've got this block here, that we passed a resolution about this with the one suggestion that's come up by Martin, would then make it more controllable, because if we get to the end, we might have half a dozen different changes.
Well, you're in the chair, Mr. Chair, so...
Yeah, I'd prefer to do them block by block if we can do.
It's more like the yellow ones.
Okay.
All right. Is that helpful?
Yes, it is very helpful.
Okay.
I'm delighted.
Now, James, we're going from down to regional development. So, is there any other questions or comments people would like to make on this?
So, are you taking a motion on that, Mr.
Yes,
Chair?
I am. I'm looking for someone to do it.
To the end of regional development?
Yes.
Well, before you move to that point, can I similarly raise an issue with regard to regional development?
Yes, please.
I just would like some clarity as to the differentiated targeted rate. My understanding is that the differentiation is between commercial and residential.
Yes.
Is there any notion of weighting to Wairoa, Central Hawke's Bay, or outlying constituencies? Was that a factor? And my understanding is that it is, or was, or maybe. Can you help me there?
So presently there is that policy decision in relation to a cap for Wairoa.
Yes.
My understanding is that we're not asking for a decision in relation to that today.
Not designing the rate at this stage, you're just, step two is when you get to defining a differentiated target rate as to how you apply that target rate, and for example, what proportion Wairoa paid versus Napier Hastings.
So the
So at this
differentiated
stage, it's just what is the tool we're going to use?
Differentiated is a catch-all for...
Yeah, differentiated means it's not everyone's going to pay the same.
Sure, thank you.
So it's just a statement of principle that's going to be differentiated. How it's to be differentiated is stage two. Jackie.
I'd like to just make a comment, because I do remember working on the sustainable homes. I also had similar opinions as Councillor Williams. But if we recall, it was we sort of referred to river and stream maintenance, including 19 river mouth openings, and flood risk assessment and warning became 100% general rate. So we kind of looked at sustainable homes as as something good for the whole community, just to clean up our air and less emissions, so a climate change focus. just for memory, in case anyone forgot.
So what's the motion you're looking for? To move?
Either move them as they are or move them as suggested by, the only suggestion for a change has been from Martin, from 100% to 90% for sustainable homes.
I'm happy to move as are, but once you've finished the deliberation, or maybe an amendment comes, I don't know.
Okay?
Well, if councillor Williams wants to move, I'd be happy to second a
Well,
90-10 split.
Well, I'd be happy to move that we adopt the table as to rationale, outcomes, percentages and the like for governance and partnerships with the amendment of 90-10 targeted versus general rate for sustainable homes.
You have a seconder?
Second.
All right.
Just check, no officials from your perspective, Philip? No,
Should not
no,
be.
there shouldn't be. I'm just double checking.
Is everybody clear? All right. I'll put the motion. All those in favour will say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, no.
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 Carried.
Okay, that's good. That's the first section. So if we could move to policy and regulation now,
Yeah,
Chair.
I was just
So,
wanting to speak briefly to the motion, just a little bit further to what I'd said, if that's possible, or is it too late?
well, point of order, Mr Chair. Yeah. I was unclear as to whether we were voting on councillor Williams' motion, which I seconded, or the entire block. What were you?
Governance and partnerships was my motion.
Yes.
Oh, that was your partnership?
Yes.
You give a narrative of a new amended notion.
With the change?
Yeah, I moved the block with the change for sustainable homes.
And that's been passed?
That's been carried.
Thank you.
Yep.
Could I make a postscript point, just to perhaps?
Add to what you've already.
Well, I've just found the notes from the meeting that we had, the workshop that we had, I should say, from the Climate Change Ambassador, which basically said that household emissions account for 10% of our regional emissions footprint, and refers to reorientation of the Sustainable Homes Program to support low-income households as a potential work stream. And I do think equity in the way we achieve zero carbon across the region is a concern, and I think that this motion that we have just passed would be consistent with that.
Thank you.
I know that's out of order, but
No, it's not out of order.
I would have said if I was being allowed.
No, it's not out of order. I said you could speak, and so therefore it's in order.
Thank you, Chair.
Perfectly ordered. Okay, the next block, please. Which ones are we looking at now?
Policy and regulation. So it is proposed that policy planning and implementation be 100% general rate funded, as there is no specific individual beneficiary or exacerbator with respect to resource consents, 90% recovered from the consent applicant, 10% funded from general rates. There is reference in there to 100% of non-recoverable consents funded. That should read non-recoverable consent activity or consents administration. It's not, there is not such a thing as non-recoverable consents.
Yep.
Per se. Compliance, again, 90-10 split, and you can see there it refers to 100% of non-recoverable compliance costs funded from general rates. Pollution response, 100% general. Maritime safety, 100% fees and charges. So we have direct fees and charges on that. And maritime safety is general rate, given the general benefit to the community. That is policy and regulation.
Policy and regulation.
So just to highlight, with the resource consents at the workshop, you just said 90-10, and we've added the bit in yellow to highlight the inconsistency perhaps between resource consents and compliance. So that you have the yellow stuff is not what you had decided at the workshop. That's just been put
Can I have a point of order?
considered today.
We didn't decide anything at any workshop.
Well, gave guidance in terms of an initial assessment. I apologise for the...
So Chair, perhaps just to add to Ross's comment, it was implicit in having a 90-10 split on recoverable consent processing costs that non-recoverable was not funded on that basis, but potentially ambiguous that non-recoverable was in fact intended to be 100% general rate funded. So we just clarify that non-recoverable costs relating to consents and compliance activity So that's activity, perhaps to give you an example, it might be staff training. So a consents team member or compliance team member has to undertake some time. It costs the ratepayer money for their time, but it's not attributable to a specific resource consent, and therefore it is not recoverable activity. So that is a portion of activity in any given year by both our consents team and compliance team that is not recoverable because it doesn't relate specifically to a consent.
So the point is, I think what's confusing here is you've got it as consent singular, or if you had to talk to consent activity, would therefore make it a bit clearer as to what you're talking about here. So staff training, et cetera, is related to consenting, is consenting activity, but it's not about a consent. So
correct. So I think activity is probably a better word than administration, to be honest.
So, all right, so we're clear on that, are we? Anyway, any questions? Go around the room. Right, would someone like to move this block?
Where's it landing?
Sorry?
The stuff in, where's it landing? In the 100% or the 90%? Stuff in yellow or the 90-10?
So 90-10 is for the recoverable activity, and 100% general rate funded is for the non-recoverable activity.
Oh, okay. Move.
Craig has moved. Do I have a seconder? Sheriff? All right. Any questions? Any speak? Put the question. All those in favour will say aye. Aye. No, carried. Right, what's the next block? Integrated catchment.
Integrated catchment.
This one's a bigger, more complex chunk. So whether we get through all these in one fell swoop, Billy's entirely sure. This is where our Section 36 charges come in. So the 35% fees and charges for environmental information and environmental science, just skipping for a second over water information. You'll recall that 35% of the cost of our environmental monitoring and the science associated with it is charged back to resource consent holders. The 65% is general rate funded. So for those two, hopefully that's understood and that is consistent with existing policy. The water information services relates directly to the information we collect around telemetered, monitored resource consent abstraction, and it is a condition of our water takes that be monitored and reported. So relates more directly and specifically to the consent and to consent conditions, and therefore the 90-10 that's proposed there is identical to what you have just determined in relation to the consents and the consent compliance monitoring. So they're a bundle, if that makes sense. So we're treating them consistently. Catchment management, the general activity around catchment enhancement. This is our catchment delivery staff working in the community. Doesn't relate specifically to the issuing of grants or funding things like erosion control. That's 100% general rate funded. The soil conservation nursery, we seek to recover 100% cost recovered through the fees and charges on poplar poles as they are provided either to the landowner or funded in part by the landowner and council through a grant mechanism elsewhere. So that's an internal pass-through. Erosion control scheme in here at 100% general rate. I'm going to question this because I don't think this is correct. And on the next page over, we've also got an issue under biodiversity, including possum control, also says 100% general rate funded, and that is both in error. So we just need some clarity from you, Philip, or Ross, as to what do our notes show us was agreed during workshop. Wasn't agreed, was discussed during workshop on those two.
For clarification, this relates to the way the scheme is operated, which Ian can also chip in with, is that the funding is shared, but the 100% general rate relates to this council's share of costs? Because, am I correct that where the costs are shared, the other party pays their costs directly, and we're only, all that goes through our books is our contribution?
That's correct. That we pay 50%, the landowner pays 50%, and our 50% is funded through our borrowing program. The question really is the cost of that investment, the $30 million of council investment. Traditionally in this area, in our land management functions, we'd had some targeting of rate to rural properties. It was a 70-30 split along those lines in my recollection. And we now seem to have shifted to 100%. And I don't recall when this was workshopped and agreed to. So I can't, like James, I'm struggling to recall and understand where the 100% figure has come from. Equally, for biodiversity, it was never considered to be 100% general rate funded. It was a reversal of the current program of work in biosecurity, which was a 70-30 rural to 70-30 general. So it was flipping it. So I'm not sure where these numbers are coming from.
So can I just go back to Ross? What you're saying is 100% is 100% of the council's share.
Of the council's share, which...
So if that was in there, that would make that clear, would it not?
Yep. It would. Although, to Ian's point, though, that is now 100% general rate funded, whereas up until now, certainly the regional land care scheme, which was the predecessor of the erosion control scheme, was funded 70% by rural landowners, 30% general rate. And so there's a shift here. So not to say this is the wrong way to go, but it is a shift.
I think I recall a discussion about
the $30 million erosion control scheme is all general rate funding.
So when we went from the regional land care scheme to erosion control, the shift was made at that point?
Well, I only know how it's currently going through and being funded.
Right. Okay.
There is no targeted rate for erosion control scheme currently. Well, not that this discussion is about what we currently do, it's more about what you think is appropriate going forward.
But it's helpful to know what is the status quo, Ross.
Yep. So, but to come back to a point for that, so if this read 100% of the council's share, it would be clearer than what it is now.
Yes.
Which I've...
All right, so let's write that.
Which line is this one?
This is on the erosion control.
There is a note in the third column where it says benefits to individuals from the ECS are funded directly by the individual. So there is some reference to that in there.
That's right.
But it could be clearer, I think.
So let's write that with council's share of it. Right. Let's go to the next point that you had, James.
Biodiversity.
So, and we'll come back to farm environment plans. So biodiversity, including possum control, 100% funded from general rate.
That's not right.
So, Chair, just a reminder that this was a topic you discussed as one of the first cabs off the rank.
That's right.
And there was quite a debate around the split with the proposal that we reoriented our biosecurity programs to be about the biodiversity benefit, and that the general rate would pick up more of the tab relative to the current situation, but it was never 100% in my discussion.
I recall that discussion, and it's all more future-proofing a general direction of where councillors were discussing in various forums that, for example, urban pests, there may be a discussion later on down the track, part of the various reviews that are going on to potentially fund some of urban pest issues from urban dwellers as opposed to the traditional biosecurity possum kind of model. That I recall that discussion clearly and quite comfortable with where it's landed.
The point that you haven't made there is that also the discussion was around that having less pests is of benefit to everybody.
Yes, yeah, very much so.
It's a community good.
Yes, and from an environmental perspective.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. I'm looking back at the workshop notes of the 6th of July where we discussed, and I think it's important for everyone who may be participating in this meeting remotely or otherwise to understand our rationale for all of this. But my recollection of our discussion is, as I think it's just been touched on, there's two dimensions to this. There are pests like Chilean needlegrass that are really, it's the landowner that benefits, and then there are pests that are of a regional concern, such as possums, where you are addressing it from a biodiversity pretext rather than from a landowner or farmer benefit pretext. And so we did arrive in those two categories, and I've got a clear note of our discussion that we were looking at 100% rate for the biodiversity tests as our starting proposition, bearing in mind that at stage 2 we can adjust on affordability and what have you, and taking a broader view of it. But so that I thought we had arrived in two categories. I do want to come back to the erosion control scheme because I'm not sure that we've seemed to have swept that in with right tree, right place, and yet they're quite different. So I do want to have a bit of a discussion equally about that. But just on the biodiversity one, I think there's two homes, and I actually thought the paper we've got today accurately, as he said, biodiversity and then primary production pests.
Yep. Okay. Right, let's come back to your other question. Go ahead, let's do that now.
Okay, right tree, right place. So, yeah, I was a little bit confused as to whether we were funding 100% of the 50% or 100% of the whole thing. But with right tree, right place, it's not as easy as that, is it? Because we haven't worked out the funding model for that. It's in the pilot stage.
Correct.
And, you know, I've personally got a view that we are doing this as much for regional benefit in terms of sediment control as we are for farmer resilience. But I think there's a pretty good case for saying that it's actually a farmer resilience model as much as anything else. So that is a discussion I think we're probably yet to have, and I'm wondering if right tree, right place is something we can actually make a call on right now.
In fact, we can or can't?
I'm not sure if we can. I mean, I'm just wondering if to lump it in with erosion control scheme is causing us a problem. Are they conceptually different?
Chair, just to perhaps help the discussion, recall that for the funding for the pilot, which off the top of my head is $4.2 or $5.2 million, council investment into the pilot, there were two components to that. One was the cost of us running the pilot, so employing, engaging somebody, consultants, etc., which was, if you like, at risk. So there was a potential that we would not be able to recover that through the pilot process. And then there was a chunk of money that was for on-farm investment into afforestation, which was not at risk, so we expected to recover that money through the pilot process. So there were two parts to this pilot investment, and to be really clear, Council has not agreed to invest in right tree, right place beyond the pilot at this point. So it's still in the pilot phase.
So it might be that we're looking at 100% recovery or 100% general for the admin, but not for the funding side of it. But look, I literally don't have my head around that one, I'm afraid.
Well, the point is that you've got 2 or 3 iterations of us to go.
That's
so
right.
Having got the right answer today is not expected. Okay. We've got to have a roughly working model so that we can then go and refine it. So I wouldn't be, as long as we're in the ballpark, I'd say we're okay. All right? Anything else on this, James?
Look, just on, yeah, well, I'm a little disquieted by the notion that at least some portion of the funding was potentially recoverable and it's not reflected in here.
Which number are you on, James?
Erosion control / right tree, right place.
Yep.
Even within the pilot. So the half that was for on-farm that we thought we may be able to recover. I'm just not confident that this description here adequately covers off what has already been agreed for right tree, right place. So,
what words would you have us change, James?
Well, given that this has to be reconfirmed by the incoming council, I think we'll just make a note to review that, and if it's adopted as a recommendation today and everybody's comfortable that the intention, at least for the pilot phase, was for the ratepayer to fund the proof of concept. This is obviously not changing the existing policy decisions that have been made. It's not changing the scheme. It is subject to reconfirmation. I think we can come back on that without holding this whole process up. But I just wanted to register, particularly for the team, that there's a piece of work to do here just to be absolutely certain that this does cover off the existing policy decisions on right tree, right place.
So if we move a motion for this to be approved, subject to a review on right tree, right place funding at a later date.
That's fine.
You'd be happy with that?
That's fine.
Well, I wonder, Mr. Chair, if I could comment here that there are possibly 1, 2 or 3 other areas where we could apply the same approach. I've got 1 or 2 coming up that I think we ought to.
In this block here or further down?
Well, further down.
I'm just trying to get this block out the road before we come on.
So Chair, let's come back to, can we come back to that and just try and knock off this block? So just 2 things to finally work through. Farm environment management plans. So what had been proposed is 100% general rate funding. Now, remember that the preparation of a farm plan, the cost of that sits with the landowner.
Yep.
So this activity is not preparing farm plans for landowners.
That's right.
They are required to procure that privately themselves. This is the cost of us administering the receipt of those. And you'll see that there is a suggestion that there be potentially some recovery of this, given that there is a legal requirement in parts of the region to have a farm environment plan. And I think in the longer term, once the regulations are promulgated that require farm environment plans right across the region, the scale of activity is going to grow for council, and there might be a question in the future about whether you want to recover that. It may be, at this point, prudent to leave that as a general rate funded activity, given we are in the early stages of getting farm environment plan uptake across the region, where there is already a burden on the landowner in terms of the cost of preparation. You could argue that that is a question that we would come back to further down the track, possibly next LTP, etc., in terms of how we're going to sustainably fund a much larger body of activity. Or you could look at doing it now, I guess, on a more principled basis, if you think that the landowner or the farm environment plan holder should pay some of the administration costs.
Well, just picking up on that and looking at it in terms of Martin's lens before, it would seem to me that given that the bulk of the activity for the farm management plans and the cost is undertaken by the farmer, there is a requirement of council for environmental outcomes, which is good for all of the community. So for the community to pick up the cost of administration of the scheme is part of the ongoing thing, and the farmer to pick up the cost for them individually, would seem to me that the split is, the weight of the cost of this is falling predominantly on the landowner, and it's not an unreasonable thing for the council to pick up the cost of the administration of the scheme as a public benefit type thing. I would have thought that's not bad. Just by my instinct.
That's right, and it's a very good point the CEO raised, that the preparation of the report the landowner themselves are doing and paying for, and they can be anything from, I think, 600 to $2,500. So they're doing that up front.
That's just a thought. So I would,
Look, I think you could argue the other way, that it's a compliance requirement, and similar to a resource consent, it enables the activity to be undertaken, and therefore it should be treated just the same as a consent in terms of the administration of that, and it confers an ability to undertake the activity. That is probably quite a big leap in philosophy from where farm environment plans sit at the moment, which is that they deliver environmental outcomes. There's something we're wanting to encourage, not seeing as a compliance tick, if you like, for a landowner, something that is simply a requirement of doing business. It's something that we want landowners to embrace as an indispensable tool of a farming operation for all the good reasons that farm environment plans exist. So I think philosophically you can argue it both ways.
Well, I just had a travelling memory from our discussions, and it's in my head regardless, that I see this as exactly the same home as resource consent since 1910. All of this is somewhat arbitrary. We need to make an allocation of benefits and burdens. And I think that there is a case for some regional environmental benefit here of the regulation. So I just put this in the same holding pen as consents, processing and compliance. I can't see any other way to shape it, slice it and dice it.
So that would be actually the inverse of what's there in yellow. That would be 90% cost recovered and 10% general rate fund.
That's right. That's what I thought we had been talking about. I certainly had a note that this was in the same bin as consents. That's the way I'd seen it. All right, but I may be, that's only my voice, so please.
Chair, just a comment. I mean, there's a cost of us existing. You know, it's like the government pays for police via general taxes. It's just, there's no government, there'd be no police. If there was, as you said earlier, if we didn't have, I don't know, Plain Jane 6 going on and things like that, a whole lot of this stuff wouldn't happen. There is many benefits for living in this wonderful place, but there's also many burdens to try and maintain it, such as the farm management plan. So I'm comfortable, and I'm on the other side of sharing that. If farms themselves didn't have to pay for let's say if we paid for the preparation of the plan, I'd be in your camp. But because they're paying for well over 90, well, you know, whatever the amount is, I'm very comfortable where it landed.
All right, so you be the 90-10 as it's worded up there?
As is in the paper, because they're already investing in the farm management plan preparation themselves. So they are bearing a burden on behalf of the community.
Well,
yeah, I'd probably land on that too quite comfortably, particularly after our conversation last week at the EICC. And I think farmers would be comfortable if they knew that, you know, their contribution towards the admin was going towards further, you know, efficiencies and that, because, you know, they have to do these every 3 years, and surely, you know, they've done it twice now down Tukituk. We should be sort of, I guess, learning around, you know, how we can continue to do that better and more efficiently, and, you know, it might have costed them $3,000 this time and hopefully only 2 or less next time with those sort of outcomes. So I'd be happy with the 90-10.
So you're talking about a 90-10
as it's written in yellow.
But there's two things written here. One is in yellow, 90-10, the other's 100%. You're in the yellow slot.
Yeah, if people want to go that way.
That's where Martin is, and that's where...
Martin was the opposite.
No, I think I've actually...
I'm in the Hunji.
Yeah.
He's in the 100, you're in 90-10,
reflection, I'm with Craig.
Martin's in
Yeah.
10-90.
I'm in the Hunji.
He's in the 100.
I see this as an environmental plus. So these landowners, this is actually a must for them to achieve, which in general once they've done it, and I talked about my first 8 box with 16 plasters in it. I'm now actually have 20 plasters in it, if you remember the discussion we had in Waipawa. I actually believe that we need to support these farmers in their plans, because it will improve our environment, regardless whether they agree with them or not. It will improve, and so therefore we can support them in the best way we can. This is not a choice that they have got, or will add value like a consent does, like a building consent, or even putting insulation in your house. So I would be in favour of the 100% general rate for a council contribution and administration.
Right, I think we've had pretty enough there. Just as a quick poll before, because I want to get that this is all done in one motion. I want to have a series of different things. So could I just say, it seems to me that we've got 2 proposals here. One is 100% general rate for the administration. The other is that to be 90-10% general rate for administration, 10% for the landowner. So could I just ask for a quick show of hands, which group's in, who's in for the 100% and who's in for the 90-10? Right, 100%? 90-10? It's 100%. Right, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So just before we finish this section, I just wanted to round back so we are clear that we, and Martin's recollection started triggering my own memory, because it's gone a long way back now, that there was a discussion about simply treating all of our biodiversity activity as 100% general rate funded, and that would include the future of possums.
Yes.
And all of our primary production pests, plant or animal, would be 100% targeted rate funded. So that's what is proposed. So just being clear, that's where we're going.
As a starting point, that's right.
Starting point. Yeah. Okay, so could someone like to move?
Well, we haven't had a discussion on that point, have we? I have a discussion.
You want to have a discussion, please, discuss.
I'm hesitant about under biodiversity, including possum control as 100% funded from general rate and the implications of it. The assumption, I'm thinking in terms of an equity arrangement here, I'm I think there ought to have been consideration for a targeted rate alongside, so a split, which is both general funded rate and a targeted rate, because of the arbitrary nature of including possum control under biodiversity, appreciating that it is, but then it's rather arbitrary. It's also a primary production pest. So we've got this conundrum. What do we do with, what's our principle in terms of approaching other primary production pests such as deer or goats or whatever they may be? The assumption that carries it under biodiversity is that possums alone are deserving of this treatment, that everyone should pay for that, when the vast bulk, the equity of this, the vast bulk of them are occurring in the primary productive sector. They're the impacts mainly.
Okay, so we have a split tack here.
Chair, can I just ask clarification? Because I think James answered that in that, let's just say possums on Napier Hill, for example, as proposed here, for example, would be funded, and say Tomato Peak from a general rate, as would its stoats and you name it. And then possums up to Tiraway, say, or where there's issues up there via Osprey and the other programs, that's targeted.
Country possums.
No, so I wasn't saying that.
So
There's other channels here of funding, that's my point.
So the table's perhaps a little bit unhelpful because it says including possums up there. I think if we're talking about principles here, we're saying biodiversity 100% general, primary production targeted. There's a subsequent decision in relation to each and every pest as to whether it's a primary production pest or a biodiversity pest. However, if you adopt this, you're going to get into quite a binary situation where it's difficult to mix, where there is both a biodiversity benefit and a primary production benefit. And so in the rethinking of the possum control area program, we have started to reconceive it as a biodiversity intervention. And I think, right, if you're going to adopt the policy like this, we're going to be in a situation where you will need to choose, is it one or other, I think.
Why don't you just take including possum control out?
Yes, if you're comfortable still with that binary choice.
Which we can, when we go further down though, that's when we can make those more targeted interventions. But at this high level, looking at Hawke's Bay from a helicopter, we're saying actually for biodiversity purposes, 100%, which is what we've got there. But as we tunnel down to hotspot areas or whatever, and for biosecurity reasons, it may change.
So my concern is that the policy in being adopted in this manner would prevent you from mixing and matching. And I just want to check with Philip here. Could we have an activity that straddles both of those descriptions and could be a mix of both?
Probably comes, I think I agree that this policy is a high level and it's actually setting the overall direction. And as we refine it and as we get numbers associated with it, we've got the ability to particularly redefine the targeted rate. And we can also go back even in step 2, modify where we've landed. So this is, I like the idea of having a broad policy here. And then as we go down, we sort of start targeting, for want of a better word, where those rates would actually land. Also, as part of step 2, we've got the ability to have a transition where we've got the old rate and the new rate of where we want to be in, say, 5 years' time, and we can also transition. So it's not a hard and fast rule at the moment. So I think step 2 does give you the out if you want to go down that particular route.
Well, let's move it up, but I'm in the here and now, and I'm looking at the language in front of us, and I've got to have a resolution. And it seems to me the problem we've got here is biodiversity bracket, including possum control, close bracket. So do we leave possum control in, or do we take it out, and therefore just make it biodiversity is 100% general rate funded? Martin, you've got your finger in the air.
Well, look, I recall that we've had
several discussions, including an Environment Catchment Committee over the last 2 or 3 years in the lead up to the review of the pest control plan that's currently underway, that is just very loudly ringing in my ears that we're controlling possums for biodiversity reasons. That's why we're doing it. It has been a program to this point driven from tuberculosis management, but the benefits to biodiversity of possum control are the driver for, I think, the pest control plan review that we're doing at the moment. So I'd be leaving it in. That to me is why we're doing it. And if we have an affordability issue at stage 2, if this is producing an unfair impact on a particular sector of our community, we can look at adjusting that.
I agree with your point that we have had discussions about this and generally found till now that we're looking at possums as a biodiversity issue. That's how the discussion's always been this. Neil is challenging that, so that's a step too far for him. So we've got to make at this point, we've got to make a decision. And so can I just have a general poll of councillors around here? Do you think that we should have possums as a biodiversity issue? Raise your hand. Those against? Carried. So possums are going to be treated as a biodiversity area for the purpose of this, bearing in mind that you're going to have 2 or 3 other iterations to refine this.
Well, it's rather arbitrary.
That's the nature of decision making.
Well, was it a poll? Your straw poll turned into a motion by the sound of it.
No, I haven't turned it to motion though, but we're going to come back to it later. But I just want to get, for the purpose of having, because we have got a variation on the right tree, right place. We are going to stay where we were on FEMPS. Sure. Possums are going to be at the stage for the purpose of proposing
okay, but in considering it, my view is that they are both. They're a biodiversity pest and they are a primary production pest. And I'm challenging that and saying within biodiversity and primary production pest management, there is room to differentiate the different activities therein.
Chair, it may be helpful just for council if I note the fact that the primary sector, pastoral sector and the dairy sector do pay for Osprey's operations in relation to managing those elements of the pest's impact on primary production, particularly in relation to TB through levies. So a farmer does pay for, I guess, those benefits derived and those activities to manage it for that purpose through a different funding mechanism that funds all the activities of Osprey. So the council's focus, therefore, would be on the biodiversity elements. So I'm agreeing with Councillor Curtin that, yes, there are both biodiversity and primary production benefits of possum control, but the primary production benefits are managed by Osprey and are funded by landowners through their industry levies.
And I've got this vision in my mind, a possum trapper going out and having to ask every possum, are you a biodiversity pest?
Tell what a type.
Or are you a production pest? And depending on what the possum says, it depends on what the trapper does to them. So I think a possum's a possum.
We do invite the same discussion, therefore, in the likes of deer or other pests. But however,
I don't think we can. There's granularity, but right.
It's only discriminating between possums now.
So can we move on get someone to move the integrated catchments part, subject to move that they be adopted, subject to a review of the right tree, right place payment. Well, Jareth, all right. I think we had a good discussion. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Probably no, carried. Lead us forward, please, James.
Asset management. So there is an attempt here to bring more consistency and more standardisation across our flood schemes. You might recall that we have some current differentiation between the different schemes, And what is proposed here is a 70-30 split between targeted rate for those who are beneficiaries of the scheme and general rate for flood protection, which is distinct from drainage and pumping. I see the note there, 70-30, except for Wairua who may pay less. I do recall there was some discussion of this. I'm not entirely sure what is intended by way of policy direction. It might be something we just leave on the table at this point. I'm seeing Philip nodding. So when it comes to the next phase around considerations of affordability, the council does have discretion to modify within the framework specific policies to address those impacts on specific communities.
There was a flag to stage 2, as I understand it.
Yes, that's correct.
So 70-30 for that one. Drainage and pumping, where there are primarily benefits to landowners, it's proposed at 90-10, which is consistent with current activity. River and stream maintenance has general benefits around flooding, where it's typically difficult to assign to specific properties. It's proposed at 100%. Our flood warning system, which has general benefit across the region, at 100% as well, noting that we do assess flood risk outside of the schemes as well as inside the schemes. So we do assess flood risk across the whole region. And then river investigations and inquiries. Similarly, we get inquiries about managing rivers right across the region. It's not specific to any particular scheme or community. So 100% there. Coastal hazards, similarly, at this stage, this is in relation to our contributions into the coastal hazards work, which is of a general nature. The further decisions that lie ahead in terms of any implementation of the strategy and the direct operation of specific assets will provoke further conversations about specifically how those are funded.
Yep.
Mr. Chair, can I just intervene at this point?
Intervene away.
I'll just raise a question around it.
Yeah, well, so give me permission to intervene.
Thank you.
Questions we've got.
I just want to raise the similarity between environmental information, where we chose a 65-35 split, and this in coastal hazards, where we're referencing here ongoing benefits from coastal hazard knowledge. We've chosen fees and charges under information around environment, and we've chosen 100% general rate for knowledge around coastal hazards. We have consents, we will have consents in play, there already are consents in play for coastal hazards. Why would we have a differential with regard to providing this information or collecting the rates for both those activities when they're so aligned?
Excuse me, Chair. The coastal consents that we administer at the moment are few and far between. They relate to discharges, primarily the municipal and PANPAC, some of the ports operations. There has been some discussion with Council previously about whether or not our science program in the coastal area should attract Section 36 charges and apply to consent holders in the coastal marine area. From memory, certainly I know the reason we've previously excluded that was on the basis that there are a small number of consent holders who have science monitoring and reporting obligations as part of their consent conditions anyway, and so we haven't applied that. When we made the decisions earlier today in relation to the science charges, I'm not sure, and I'm looking to either Ross or Philip to remind me about whether we had bundled coastal in there, or does it remain coastal science, or does it remain a carve-out?
Science is still part of those overall science activities. It hasn't been pulled out.
It hasn't been pulled out.
So
So at this stage, subject to the next stages, coastal consent holders could be liable for 35% of our science effort in the coastal marine area. When it comes to the coastal hazards work specifically, I think we would struggle to draw a line between the coastal hazards work and the consents in operation on the coastal margin, such as our sewage outfalls or the ports operation, etc. So I think there's a prima facie case for considering that differently. We don't, when it comes to monitoring our freshwater environment, for example, we recognise that there are consent holders that are benefiting from the management of that resource. At the moment, I don't think we could say that there are specific consent holders benefiting from our coastal hazards science work. There are coastal communities that benefit, that is certainly true, but I don't know that we would have a consent holder under the Resource Management Act for which a Section 35 charge could be allocated. I think we'd be drawing quite a long bow to try and get 35% of the coastal hazards work funded by Napier and Hastings for their sewage outfalls and Panpac for their coastal discharge.
Does that answer your question?
It becomes a matter then of scale and opportunity that we are driving a policy decision.
Sure.
And we know from our coastal hazards strategy that those opportunities will increase with the demand for increased consenting on the coast. Looking forward, should in fact we put a placeholder on that we potentially can raise some of those funds by the exacerbators.
By the exacerbator, you mean the consent holder?
I think it's highly likely Council will want to look at a differentiated targeted rate for the coast implementation of the coastal hazard strategy for those coastal communities. Going to consent holders operating in the coastal marine area, I think it's probably a bit of a long bow, at least in my mind, unless they are operating an activity which will be defended in some way by the coastal hazard strategy. This is not state of environment work. This relates specifically to the interface between the built environment and a dynamic natural environment. So,
yeah, I mean that's where I'm raising this issue, is that under integrated catchment management, environment information, essentially that's the same look and feel information as is provided with the coastal knowledge. I'm struggling to differentiate generic knowledge and information between the two types. And
so let's cut to the chase here. What would you change?
Well, I potentially would include a fees and charges consideration as well as the targeted rate.
The fees and charges consideration for a later date?
Yeah. So just adopting the same approach that we've got under environment information, which is 65% general rate, 35% fees and charges. Obviously, when in scale, you've got if there's insufficient or there are smaller, lower numbers of consent holders, obviously the proportions are they're covered in that way.
I'm being a pedant here. I'm just trying to get down to what are we looking to change. So what are you looking to change here so that spell it out?
Well,
without the explanation.
Maybe we leave it on the table and similarly to the other discussion, review that, the finer detail of that on our way through.
I'm reasonably confident that the fees and charges, revenue and financing policy, and probably in all likelihood fees and charges will need to be revisited once we bring the coastal hazard strategy forward. There will be another whole line in here, if you like, for that.
Right.
Happy with that?
That helps, thank you.
Thank you. Anything else on asset management?
Hopefully the rest of that is self-explanatory. Regional water security, open spaces at 100%.
Yep.
Forestry, 100% funded by harvest revenue is the way we attempt to operate that. West Shore beach renourishment, Now, that's historically never been targeted rate funded to the community proximal to that. And I think that's in recognition of the fact that the benefits to the community, they largely accrue to a public esplanade and park. There, the protection is primarily along that section as opposed to in front of homes. And there's probably some impairment to the amenity values for those properties having the gravel piled up and protecting.
I accept your argument, but I think it's more to the political lobbying of the Napier councillors. But put that aside for the moment. We'll just so leave it as it is. Any discussion? Anybody want to make any amendments to this? Michelle.
And I'm an advisory. Can I just ask what the regional water security has to do with Whitehall?
Sorry?
What does the regional water security have to do with Whitehall? We don't have a water issue, other than timber sedimentation.
So look, the Regional Water Security Program has included the Regional Water Assessment, which has included the Wairau region, so it hasn't been left out. Look, it is premised on there being broad region-wide benefits of having a region that's economically vibrant while also having our environmental pressures of both climate change and water abstraction addressed. At this stage, this is all the investigation activity. When it comes to investment in large-scale infrastructure or particular interventions, there'll be further discussions about how those will be funded.
But that has nothing to do with Whitehall. It's not a Hawke's Bay wide issue. We're talking about Central Hawke's Bay here at Tonga.
I thought the Chief Executive said it was covering Wairau.
I don't believe
The Regional Water Assessment has covered Wairau. At this point in time, there is not a proposed supply intervention given the relative abundance of water in that part of the region.
Will someone move that the asset management is proposed?
I just ask one question. The West Shore renourishment, did you say that was a new thing that hasn't previously been rated by this council?
No, I'm saying historically it has. Yes.
Oh, I see. There's a shift to 50% Napier, is it?
No, there's no change proposed here. We currently 50-50 fund with Napier City Council.
Right.
And we have historically general rate funded this, and we propose to continue to general rate.
There's no change here?
No change.
No change. And James was outlining what he thought, what the rationale for it was, and I said it was quite a different rationale.
Okay, thank you. Okay. So you're giving me a historic piece of information there.
Thank you. All right, someone would like to move this asset. Sheriff, thank you. Seconder. Jackie. I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, no. Carried. We now move on to
Civil
please.
Defence. Both components of this, both Regional Civil Defence and HBRC's Emergency Management, 100% general rate funded.
Yep. Well, straightforward.
Mm-hmm.
I'll move that. Do I have a seconder?
Second.
Jackie. All those in favour say aye. Carried. Transport.
So our regional transport planning and road safety, which are region-wide and don't have specific individual benefits, proposed for 100% general rate after subsidies from Waka Kotahi, and then passenger transport, 100% targeted rate for the areas in which the service is provided with fees and charges and grants from Waka Kotahi, fees obviously bus fares, contributing to the overall cost.
Okay, any questions on that? Comments? Okay, Mark, would you like to move this section?
Happy to.
All right, do I have a seconder? Anyway, all those in favour say aye.
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 Contrary, no. Carried. Now, we've done with all of the things. Where do we get to the next resolution part?
So the resolutions were to adopt what was proposed, incorporating any amendments that were made at the meeting, and I think that's been done on the way through, and then recommending to the incoming council to consider this analysis prior to undertaking the next step in the process.
I'll move that these resolutions be recommended to the incoming council as per the resolution. So I second it. Martin? Any discussion?
Yep.
Please.
Well, I just think it's important to understand that this council has paid very close, step-by-step, line-by-line attention to the issues that will underpin the rating strategy of this council in the context of a long-term plan that has signalled 100% rate rise over a 10-year period, and that it is incumbent upon us to ensure that those burdens fall equitably, fairly and sensibly, and where possible in the place of those that actually cause us to do the activities that we need to carry out or create the impact that we need to resolve. And it may not be apparent from the face of the paper that we have given it that attention. For example, we have drawn distinctions between flood protection schemes that not only benefit those who are immediately protected by the scheme, but equally benefit regional infrastructure. And so we've split that in a different way at 70-30 than, say, a drainage scheme, which really just affects, and more immediately, those who are serviced by that scheme. I know from the campaign travels that rates are a real issue to people, and they are asking, for example, at the Grey Power meeting, what are you doing to keeping our rates down? To which Councillor Curtin replied rightly, our investment strategy is very much about ensuring that we are funded substantially through, as far as we can, activities, our investments, the returns from the port sale, etc. But equally, we have responded that where we can, we land financial burdens where the cost and effect is occasioned as much as we can. So there's a lot of thinking behind this. I'm very conscious that our rates burden does have an impact, particularly on lower socioeconomic communities, and we will be looking at that affordability test at the second stage. But I just think, people really need to understand this has been a long process and a long journey. It hasn't just been a 45-minute conversation for something that's going to have implications for many years ahead. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And you're quite right, it is a journey, and we've only taken 2 steps on it, more to come. Right, any other comments?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Curtin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to thank the staff involved. In my experience over time, this has been probably the most robust process around this issue, and the attendance of all councillors on it has been the most diligent that I've observed, and I'm very pleased with the outcome. It is an important exercise for us to do. That equity is important, becoming more important, as, for example, the Section 36 charges illustrates, that we must get that equation right. The time will come when they are challenged, and I think we've done a pretty good job of it. And I'm particularly pleased with the summary that was produced at the end of this paper, which has created a template which is very visible and easy to read. So thank you to the staff involved. It's been a long, painful process, but one that is essential and worthwhile.
All right.
Thanks, Will.
With that, I'll put the resolution, thanking for the resolution, and also say thank you to the staff as well done. All right, all those in favour say aye.
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 Contrary, no. Carried with enthusiasm. Right, move on to the next item on the agenda, report and recommendations from the Maori Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mike.
I'm going to take the report as read and just go straight to the recommendations, Mr. Chairman. And
excellent. Thank you.
A brief explanation. So just in regards to the representation, you'll see there's the inclusion of a Niki representative to what has been the status quo. Up to this point, Ngāti Kanoiwi Incorporated has been really the only Māori entity that's been missing from this organisation for a number of years now. So there was good agreement from the Māori Standing Committee and agreement from Niki itself that it should have a representative on the Māori Standing Committee. The other point I just wanted to raise was in regards to the council participation at that committee. The committee felt that considering we have 2 Māori wards being established, a northern and southern, that they actually needed to be part of that committee. Is to make sure that there's consistency in regards to that there is the consensus that is coming back to this table in regards to mana whenua, that there is actually a consistent voice coming back, and that, so therefore it needs to include the Northern and Southern representatives. We also felt that the chair of the Hawke's Bay Regional Council needed to be there as a rangatira ki te rangatira engagement. Hence the reason why we felt that the chair needed to be part of that committee. We do understand that other councillors may wish to be a part of that committee, and we certainly do not want to discourage the councils from, if you like, raising the number from at least 3, but that's your decision, not ours. But we do feel that those 3 definitely need to be there at a minimum. Mr. Chairman, I have nothing further to add.
Thank you. I think the inclusion of Nikki is a great move and long overdue. Right, any other discussion?
Oh,
Jackie?
yes, one thing. Just the proposed name change and rebranding of H-Brick. Unless I somehow missed something, but I haven't actually, have we seen that?
Yes.
As the council?
It's Maori H-Brick now.
Yes, I know. I don't think I've seen the branding.
Well, yes, we had it's an informal matter. The decision on what H-Brick does with the branding is H-Brick's, it's a director's decision. But we did have an informal discussion about it at some point.
Yes, I know, but I mean visually, I would love to see it.
Visuals, yeah, we'll certainly do that, and the visuals went to the Maori Committee for their advice. So the views of both are going up to H-Brick, and Neil's very happy.
So for Councillor Taylor, just that we didn't agree with the chairman as to his preference.
Did you try and tilt the table there?
No, I didn't. I told him, I said afterwards, I just said, this is just a situation normal for me. Even the dog ignores me, so, except when I've got food in there.
Dogs with an S.
Yeah. All right. Okay. I'll move the Maori Committee's report. Do I have a seconder?
I'll second. I'll second.
Would you like to speak?
Yeah, I would. Just that, again, just thank you to our co-chairs of the Māori Committee during the term. It's been a pleasure just sitting there to hear the kōrero and the matters raised. And that I agree that having Nikki as a representative for the next term only strengthens the committee further. And look forward to the next term being on there if we choose as a council who that may be. Kia ora.
Kia ora. The other speakers? Apiara.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair, just wanted to take the opportunity to acknowledge both Council and the Māori Standing Committee as a result of an extension of our relationships over the last few years and a transition into a no-walls governance space. And just wanted to acknowledge the members of the committee and this council for persevering and building what will be a cornerstone relationship going forward for our planning and policy. So just acknowledging that alignment between our various committees as we work towards shared aspirations. Ngā mihi.
Thank you. I just say a couple of words. I think the Māori Committee is a fabulous asset for this council. It brings a different perspective, a different view. It brings some genuine grist to the discussions, and it enriches the debate around this council. I think it's been a great thing, and I've been looking at the recommendation to include a nominee from Ngāti Kahungunu Iwi Incorporated is something I think in hindsight is long overdue and will enhance the Māori Committee and this council measurably. A very good decision. All right, I'll put the question. All those in favour of the motion, please say aye.
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 No. Carried. Reports on the Regional Transport Committee, meeting held on the 9th of September. Do you want to lead this, Martin?
Yeah, sure. All right, I was just digging back into the minutes of that meeting. There's been quite a lot of activity, as I'm sure everyone would appreciate. We have, as the, just bear with me, minutes record, most significantly perhaps in this last period since the last report, launched a new public transport plan with the blessing of this council prior to it being launched for public consultation. We received an absolute record level of response from the community with over 240 submissions received. And they covered a wide range of issues from do more about climate change to we need a train from Waipawa tomorrow to we want the bus service from Waipawa to be fast pedalled to really some quite poignant and prescient submissions from our disabled community, just reminding us that if we're moving to this patronage over coverage model, that needs to be supplemented with the likes of the total mobility, not just the total mobility service, but the My Way on Demand service, which has been a great success in Hastings. And we have responded to all of these submissions quite comprehensively through a range of amendments to the plan to investigate the feasibility of a rail option from Central Hawke's Bay, including inter-regional passenger rail, to a motion that is here whereby we actually, maybe in this item or in the next, that we actually recommend an amendment to the long-term plan so that we can actually fund the Central Hawke's Bay bus service sooner rather than later. To ensuring that disabled access groups, interest groups are a reference point and expert community panel in the design of our entire service from bus stops to the experience on the bus. The other dimension that we heard about was the integration of active transport with regional transport, and we put a policy in there about ensuring that key bus stops in places like Clive have secure lockable bike facilities and even what are called locky dockies that Derek brought to our attention, so that you can connect your e-bike experience with your public transport offer. And yeah, with all of that, we've basically adopted the model in the plan. There was huge support for the model in the plan of increased frequency on the primary routes, but sustaining My Way and on demand to supplement that, and through all the different measures that I've just outlined in relation to disabled access, etc. So I had thought I'd seen a motion, or maybe in the next paper, that we is it the next paper around the Central Hawke's Bay bus service? Yes, and we'll come back to that. So the other significant item that I do wish to address in this context now is the terms of reference of the Transport Committee with respect to active transport. This has been a debate in our biking and cycling communities in particular for some time, that I know Councillor Van Beek has had a particular interest in and passion about and spoken about at this table. Councillor Graham Taylor from Napier City, equally Councillor Damon Harvey from Hastings, have been driving a process to try and get this more front and centre, and rightly so, onto I guess the terms of reference of the committee, and we're recommending to this council for the next triennium that the terms of reference be amended so that it will be recorded as an express function, an item on the agenda for each meeting, and that a community established active transport group would have rights of participation in this committee as an advisory member, and equally access to the discussions of the technical advisory group around active transport. The point being that every decision made to invest in a roundabout or a street upgrade, or you name it, a new subdivision, a new commercial development, should be made thinking about the potential to integrate active transport to support that facility. and as part of that transport infrastructure. That's the only way we've got a hope in Hades of driving down our emissions by 41% as required under the emissions reduction plan from transport, and reducing our vehicle kilometres travelled by 16% as a region, which is our Ministry of Transport set target. So I'm aware equally that there is quite a bit of disappointment that we haven't gone far enough in that regard, but that's where it's landed, and that's really what I wanted to say in relation to the meeting on 9 September, and I've touched on aspects of the public transport plan as well.
Thank you. Those introductory comments. Any questions of the paper?
Got a comment, Chair.
Comment? Sure.
Sure. Thanks, Martin. Just one thing, because it does look like it's toned down. I've raised the issue before that some narrative in this space is, all cars are evil, private transport is evil, and therefore people have made the wrong decisions purchasing a car or using a car. And then some contradictory aspirations in that we're trying to lower the kilometres travelled per vehicle because it's a problem, because in Hawke's Bay over the past decade that's increased, which is inconsistent with some national and regional targets. But actually, if all cars were, say, hydrogen, I don't think there'd be a problem under this, or electric. So I do sense a toning down in some of that here, so thanks very much. I don't know if that's deliberate or otherwise. The points that you made about transport, accessibility, et cetera, absolutely agree with that. But my watching brief is on that, because on the point I raised earlier, in that in my eyes, all cars are not evil. Some old belching horrible cars maybe, as are trucks. But
Land Rovers.
Modern vehicles, no, they're just expensive. Anyway, I've made my point, but I'd just like you to note my awareness and interest in that.
Okay. All right. Will someone move? Would you like to move, Martin? Oh, Sheriff?
No, I've got a point to make. I totally agree with Martin's sentiment on active transport, and you all know where I sit in this particular area. However, I'm totally disappointed with the outcome of this. We have had a process through the regional government's cycling governance group, which was totally ineffective and was only there to listen to reports and actually had no voice in a way. We actually held a workshop at the War Memorial in April to discuss this, and from that we actually developed a move to actually have active transport sitting at the Regional Transport Committee table. Even a terms of reference was developed. None of that is actually here in front of us. The decision is made completely devoid from that decision and that sentiment of not only representatives of Hastings, Napier, and the Hawke's Bay Regional Council, also others who were part of who are part of the regional cycle governance group, and they all expressed their wish to actually have active transport as a regional committee made up of those who effectively are now around the regional cycle governance group. And none of it actually has come into this paper, which I'm really disappointed about, because I could pull this to bits. I'm not going to. I've had about a list of 10 questions that would have actually pointed out to this committee. But I hope surely that we can move forward, that we actually have a body, a committee, a governance group, whatever you may call it, who actually be held to task to make sure that the change of active transport will happen here in Hawke's Bay. And for me personally, it's not about climate change. For me, this is actually about public health, mental health. And I've said it before, and I'll do it again. As a young lad growing up in Holland, I had a range of 30 kilometres where I could roam either through public transport or on my bike. And that gave me the freedom, others the freedom. I only have to look back over, look at photos of high schools here in Hawke's Bay, Christchurch, Wellington, The bike park was chock with bikes, you know, and the freedom that gave young people. And what have we done? We've actually, in Hastings Girls High, 3 bikes are on a regular basis in that car park, and 2 of them of teachers, only one of a regular pupil that actually uses that bike. That is shocking. But the reason for that is because we actually haven't planned very well. And so I'll say it again, and I'll, as I have said before, I will not take any of my 16 grandchildren on a bike across Hastings or Napier. It's absolutely bloody dangerous. And I'm a bike rider. I wear orange to stand out. I'm taller than any ute, but I'm 6'5", and my grandchildren are not. Well, one of them will be very, very shortly, but it is dangerous, you know. And so we're all into cars now, and we're all saying we want change, but nobody wants to change. So once again, this is so important, and you know, I'm fortunate enough to stand again for another 3 years. And I'll work hard, and I'll continue to work hard to be active with this. And I'll work very hard with Martin, who I must give credit. Whenever there is submissions asked for, the committee that he chairs always takes in very seriously people who turn up. And you can see that in this paper. So well done, Martin, very good. And I also would like to work with staff, not just only staff here in Hawkesbury Regional Council, but also in other regional council, to make this happen, what I've just talked about. Thank you.
Thank you. Martin, would you like to move the paper?
Yeah, look, there's just a closing comment. I'd like to acknowledge again, Councillor Van Beek.
Just before, are you moving?
Yeah, well, you tell me.
I'll second it first.
Okay.
Aroha mai e, didn't see me. Just a comment, Mr. Chair. So again, bringing up, it was interesting hearing about Central Hawke's Bay and how they were winning the train because probably the bus wasn't good enough. You know, I think we'd be happy with the bus in Whitehall because we didn't get anything. No public transport. An interesting thing on our walkabouts recently, I was told, well, one of the queer that back home that she pays $10 to get to her hospital appointment and $10 to get back, and I don't know through what service that is, but if you're a pensioner and you're also paying rent, etc., that's probably their claim money. So it's just equity and services and consideration of deprivation statistics. I see nothing in here for Wairau in regard to public transport, and I look forward to improvement next term. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Neil, seconding the motion. Martin.
Yeah, look, I'm a little bit out of sequence as to whether I'll just say this. I just really want to acknowledge 2 things. One, Councillor Van Beek's frustration is understood. It hasn't landed in what some people consider to be the ideal place, but I think importantly we make it work from here. And the fact that it is now in the terms of reference expressly when that's never been the case, and that it is going to be on the agenda item and there is going to be an advisory member, I think is a significant step forward. We still have a lot to work to do, and I really would hope that I think you're assured of re-election, aren't you, Councillor Van Beek? I invite your contribution in whatever capacity you wish to bring to make sure that we actually address those safety issues. I mean, I've got a friend who's broken just about every bone in his body for doing no more than having the temerity to bike to work every day over the last 10 years. So in terms of Michelle's point, there is actually something in the public transport plan for Wairau, as you are aware, Michelle, where we will be partnering with community trusts, and that's a model that we're going to bring right across areas that are outside the main urban centres to ensure that we can actually have a public transport provision. It is most important for Wairau in terms of its low car ownership rates, and yet it's got absolutely nothing at the moment. You keep me honest on that, Michelle. I'll be here if I'm re-elected, and we will bring that to your town. So that's all I really wanted to say. We'll be coming back to the public transport plan later, and with all of that. There was one point I omitted to mention. 1.10, Councillor Kerr had asked that the terms of reference also be amended in addition to active transport to provide that where the Wairau, Napier, Hastings or Central Hawke's Bay standing representative is not a mayor, that the mayor also be an ex officio member, so that they are entitled to attend and vote at those meetings. And that's a recommendation to ensure that however the next triennium lands in terms of the appointments from those entities, those mayors are welcome as appropriate to the issues we need to confront.
Thank you. Neil? All right. I'll put the question. All those in favour will say aye.
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 Contrary, no. Carried. The meeting stands adjourned for 30 minutes for lunch.
Cool.
Chair.
It's too hot, eh?
Very hot in this room. I went out there.
Yes.
Very
What?
deliberations.
Legs 11. Report and recommendation from the Rptp deliberations of the RTC held on 16 September 2022. Martin, your lead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Summary would be
I
really
think
great.
I've covered most of it already in anticipation of this item. The one point that I did wish to return to was the recommendation to the Regional Council that would include provision for a bus service trial in 2023. As you're aware, there was I'd say probably about a quarter of the submissions were from Central Hawke's Bay, and a lot of them were about rail, but a lot of them were about buses. And I've spoken about the rail and how we're going to address that. If we are to bring the trial forward from the 2025 date that's referenced in the public transport plan, then it would need an amendment to the annual plan, I understand, because the funding, although the funding steps up next year for public transport in our long-term plan, didn't accommodate that service. And so the recommendation was simply that we have a conversation with our community and we liaise with Waka Kotahi as to whether it will come in with its 51% or whatever that percentage may be, to include provision for that trial. So that's the recommendation to this council, and that will be a conversation that obviously we need to progress if this recommendation is adopted by this council now in the next triennium. I should note that there was a huge amount of work and engagement by our staff in generating the level of interest in this plan. As I say, 240 submissions doesn't come from nowhere. We got no end of tributes for Katrina, Katie and her team through the way that they had taken their time out to go and see people at the coalface and make sure we got the community response that we did. So acknowledgement to the staff. That's all I wanted to say in addition to what I said earlier. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Okay. All right. Any questions of the report? Will?
Oh, just a bit of clarification around that funding, and Martin's kind of just touching on it, I think. So in your draft plan, you break down how these services are funded for, and so, is this how the CHB bus would look? The fare revenue, which you talk about trying to get target around that, I think 37%ish, that
box, yeah.
That kind of level. After that, Waka Kotahi, which is dependent on a conversation with them, 50 to 60%. So that would leave, my calculations leave about 31.5% from targeted rates from CHB. So that confirms how that funding model would occur for that bus service?
At that level, I'd defer to the staff in terms of whether we front load on an assumption of zero fare box recovery and then the rest's a bonus, or quite how the funding model would work. But again, the idea was to get to that level of detail, put the consequences and the benefits to the relevant and affected community, and see are they still interested. It seemed that they were, but the bus service will have rating implications. So perhaps the CEO or Katrina quite how...
If that's the case, then you don't have a definitive model. So we're just saying...
Well, we would need to basically fully cost the trial, and I imagine have a fare box recovery assumption around that, and fund any shortfall between what's already in our public transport long-term plan forecasting and factoring in the Kotahi contribution. I guess give information to the ratepayers of Central Hawke's Bay what that might mean in terms of additional funding requirements through rates. Is that sort of the general picture, James? Or am I way off?
No, look, timing is the probably the biggest matter of concern for staff on this. The current expectation is that, well, the current thinking is that this would be the only matter at this point necessitating a consultation on the annual plan next year. There are some other pressures across council's activity, and it may be the will of the incoming council to make some changes to the long-term plan, necessitating a consultation on the annual plan. But certainly at this point in time, the option will be available to the incoming council to continue with the current long-term plan program and to not consult on the annual plan. To consult on any matter does require the full set of accounts for council, given all the many interdependencies and moving parts, to be reforecast, to be audited by council's auditors, and a formal consultation be undertaken. Even the cost of that exercise, probably in terms of our audit costs, staff costs, participation costs, etc., hearings, etc., probably exceed $200,000. So doing a variation to the long-term plan and doing an annual plan consultation is a significant exercise, and to do it for this the specific issue alone will be a question that the incoming council will need to wrestle with. It could be possible if some high-level information was brought together that council undertook a consultation in the manner similar to what it has done with coastal hazards, for example, which is not an amendment to the long-term plan. It's a more high-level consultation with the community to gauge interest, which would be a bit more of a dip of the toe in the water and a much lower cost, lower impact way of gauging community sentiment. The only challenge with that is we'll start running into timetable issues if we were to do that and then decide that an annual plan variation was required. So these are all matters that we will need to bring to the incoming council to consider. Understand the will of the community to get a service up and running as soon as possible. Obviously, the funding of that needs to be worked through, and has been noted, discussions with Waka Kotahi, etc. So there's water to go under the bridge, but the desire as well is truly understood, and we'll report back to the incoming council on all of that in the coming months.
To answer your question, well, you asked about the funding model. The answer is that the funding model is fluid. And you've now chased several other rabbits out down the track, that we've now got several options for consultation on the plan or not. And all of this is going to be left to the incoming council to make a decision on all of the elements of it.
Chair, could I get some advice on recommendation 3 as to whether that maybe in itself should be reframed as a recommendation to the next council that it consider provision? Because this was, we were given all the reasons why not, and in fairness, the staff did put that on the table at the 16 September meeting, but I thought rather than just kill it in its tracks there, when there may be a possibility that we are consulting on other matters or other opportunities and means arise, I didn't want that to be the end of it. But if this council can't bind the next council, or we don't feel it's appropriate for this council to bind the next council, then this might be a recommendation to the next council that it include provision. Yeah, a recommendation that we include provision.
I can't see a 3 here. Which one are you on?
Recommendation 3.
74. 2 transport papers. No, number 11.
Page 74 of the agenda.
Yes, no, you've got further on to the second set of notes for transport, sorry. Further special meetings, this one.
Oh, here we are. My notes, but yep, I got it.
So you could change that HVRC to recommends that the incoming council includes.
That, I think, would be a superior set of wording.
Would you like to move that, Barton?
Yes.
Move the recommendations 1, 2 and 3 to be that the council recommends the incoming council votes.
Yeah. And pick that up, whoever's elected, and we can check in with the communities and really get some more definitive answers to Councillor Foley's questions.
Okay, do I have a seconder for the motion? Councillor Van Beek? Right. Would you like to speak to it?
No, I think I've covered everything, thank you.
Okay, any other speakers? I'll put the motion. All those in favour will say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, no. Carried. We now come on to the report and recommendations from the RPC. Going to lead this? Uppy?
Yep. Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. So I will take the report as read, as I note that the conversation held on the 14th of September was quite extensive around the agenda items. So, given that the conversation was pretty in-depth on the 14th, and I would invite members of the 8 PSGs to visit that online stream to be able to get an idea of where the conversation was at. I'm quite happy to put the recommendations forward as they sit.
All right, you're moving. Do I have a seconder?
Query process, can I move as I'm...
Oh, I will move.
Thank you.
Seconded, anyway. Any comments, questions to have? Apiata.
One question for me, even though I did watch the live stream. The Regional Spatial Strategy and Related Matters update. I've got JP, James Palmer. And I've got here Central Hawke's Bay, ! Question mark. So my question is, I note in the conversation on the 14th that the members of the RPC Tangata Whenua reps had a different lens when they originally looked at the paper, but as a result of your comments on the 14th, this paper was, or the Regional Spatial Strategy was a focused project in the Central Hawke's Bay area, and just wondering whether or not, did I pick that up correctly? If so, does that need to be specified within number 4, or as it lies is fine?
So certainly the regional spatial strategy is not specific to Central Hawke's Bay. So...
okay, so as it lies is fine?
As it lies is fine.
All right, thank you. I'll go back and look at the live stream.
It's a regional spatial strategy, not a Central Hawke's Bay spatial strategy.
Correct.
Cool.
Yep. All right, I'll put the motion. All those in favour would say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. Carried. EICC, I think this is you anyway.
It is. Thank you, Chair, and welcome back, Rex. Nice to see you join us again. So we had our EICC meeting last week. We were humbly hosted by Her Worship Mayor Alex Walker at the Waipawa Chambers. So it was a brilliant meeting. We had many of our community members join us. And of note, some highlights through the Environmental Enhancement Program, the 115,000 natives and 3,500 poles. Through that program, as well as considerable fencing and stock exclusion. Also the mention of the TT returning back to the Mangaharuru Tangitu Ranges and acknowledging the passing of Trevor Taurima and his commitment to that environmental restoration program. In terms of decision items, we had 2. We had our biosecurity programs, the operational plan and annual report that we endorsed to be resolved through this meeting, as well as the Central Hawke's Bay Tukituki Swing Bridge funding option. And of note with that, the frustration around the insufficient financial and policy information that didn't come to that committee, but has now been provided yesterday, which I'm sure many of you have questions around at this time. But that was recommended to come through where the funding for 565,000 go to CHB for the Tawera Swing Bridge, as well as the agreement that they take over maintenance, as long as it's in perpetuity for public access. So given that, as well as James, to delegate you agreeing some of those conditions. So I think that pretty much covers it. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Any questions of the report? Questions?
Yes, sorry, just a question, 2 questions, but just that last one, could I just ask the Chair? That granted in perpetuity amendment, sorry, what did you just say there? Because I was under the impression we had 2 amendments, we accepted 1, and we were going to get further information on the perpetuity one.
What the amendment is that there be a grant and be conditional upon the CHDC being fully responsible for all the maintenance of the bridge and maintaining it, and to guarantee access for perpetuity. In other words, 100 years of access.
I understand what perpetuity means. Well, it's more than 100 actually. But we were just going to, what I queried that, not of the merits of it, just does that have ramifications beyond the intent? Can we, we can give a grant essentially with conditions attached.
Yep.
That's what that does. And is there any ramifications for other spending or granting that we do, or vice versa, with another territorial authority like that? Then I had the second question, which the chair alluded to about the finances, which I'll ask when this one's addressed.
So, Chair, the agreement from CHPDC that they will take full responsibility for this asset and guarantee pedestrian access has been assured verbally and by email, but we don't have an instrument, if you like, at this point to express that. The intention will be, before funding is made, to have such an instrument. So, just to be clear, the funding is approved subject to myself obtaining such an agreement formally from CHPDC. So that will be procured prior to funds being passed across. That's certainly not unusual in terms of our grant funding coming with conditions that we place on them. So in that regard, I don't have any particular concerns. It will be presumably subject to agreement today, a resolution of council. This funding is subject to that. So I'm comfortable that we will get that.
Right. Well, thanks. Look, if they're happy with that, then so be it. I mean, that's really the question I asked. The second question, which the chair alluded to, just in around the finances. So at the meeting, I was particularly asking about commentary from the financial team and the implications for our balance sheet, and you gave us an explanation of that verbally. I can't see it, but maybe I just can't find it, that part, because the response was, yes, the finance team have signed off on this, but there's an impact on our balance sheet and assets moving from us to another territorial authority. That's fine, we're all very supportive of it, but that little bit should be, in my eyes, somewhere mentioned in the report as we'd considered it, or at least considering it now, and I just, either could you please give us that explanation again, just for the record, and or point me to where it is, to the further information that I'm sure I thought was going to be provided.
Right. So look, it's a matter of detail that's not covered in the minutes, but certainly it'll be on the video record of the discussion. So to reiterate, the asset was partly funded, and indeed I think the information on the provided on the day was incorrect from the representative from the Rotary Pathways Trust, as the Regional Council have been provided no contribution. I think from the top of my head, Regional Council funded $40,000 contribution to the construction of the asset. We've subsequently unpacked, but the overwhelming majority of the asset was funded from the community and through fundraising and third-party funders. The Regional Council received the asset, booked it onto its balance sheet so it could be depreciated. So the Council's balance sheet rose to the ultimately to the tune of the numbers in front of me exactly, $330 or thereabouts, $330,000 for an asset that the regional ratepayer by majority had not already funded. That did come with a liability associated with it. The council at the time, when it received the asset, resolved to depreciate the asset so that it could be ultimately replaced at the end of life and maintenance be provided for. At the time, the council decision did not contemplate a scenario where the asset was destroyed, particularly well ahead of being fully depreciated, and therefore reserves built up to replace it. So it's fallen into a space where it's both unprovided for in terms of scheme reserves and also not provided for in terms of our insurance cover, given it didn't meet our overall insurance excess. So in a situation now where council I would say, does not have a legal obligation to replace the asset, but certainly it had indicated its intention to replace it at end of life. So implied in that is a commitment to providing the ongoing service that the asset provides, and certainly the expectation, I think, from the community in handing it to the regional council would have been that in such an event, council would have either had it fully insured or would have made good on a replacement. So we are at a point where there is at least a moral obligation on council to replace the asset. The estimated cost of that is $565,000. So we're in a situation now where we're facing a liability on top of the existing book value of the asset. With respect to the proposal, this would take the existing book value off council's balance sheet, as well as the small amount of depreciation that has accrued of $23,000, and we would be also reducing the asset value of our regional disaster reserve fund to the tune of $565,000, which is the estimated replacement value, and transferring that to Central Hawke's Bay District Council. So there are some movements around within the balance sheet, some positive, some negative. Overall, in terms of council's position, it's relatively minor in the scheme of things, and doesn't have any significant impact on the council's overall equity position or borrowing or anything like that.
Thank you. That's almost identical to what you gave to us at the committee meeting, so I hope that satisfies the record.
Thanks very much. And again, it's the kind of thing we've agreed prior that those things would be in the paper. But anyway, I'm fully supportive of the merits of the proposal.
Any other questions on the report? None. I'll invite anyone to move. I'll second. Like to speak? I'll just make a couple of comments about the bridge. Firstly, I agree with, I was one who voted against it initially, but I agree with James, there's an obligation to replace it. So we're here faced with a proposition by CHB to jointly fund a bridge. And it seems to me one of the most sensible things to do, rather than have two structures over the talkie-talkie, you have one. The one that's going to go is going to be underneath it, is going to be sewage to help connect the sewage from Otani into the CHB system, improving sewage quality and management. Another really good thing. It also relieves the council of the ongoing burden of having to maintain and replace bridges in the future. There's a one-off payment done for, as Craig has identified, perpetuity is forever. Quite often perpetuity has 99 years, but anyway, in this case it's forever access. And the fourth thing I think is good about this is it builds on cooperation between the councils. And I think the public will see this as a really smart thing. One bridge, two purposes, two councils cooperating, a really good idea. So I have no hesitation to support it. I also wanted to say that the meeting we had in Central Hawke's Bay was outstanding. I thought it built an improved relationship between the councils, and I think councils should do that again in the future.
Yeah, building bridges.
Will?
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, look, I'd just like to take this opportunity to thank everyone that did make the effort to come down from the committee and all the staff to operate the committee meeting down there. I know it's a bit of an effort to pack up and shift, but look, the Tamatea community really appreciated the effort we took and being present in the community. Just a real a bit of a bugger that we couldn't do the field trip the day before, and as we know, it just it won't stop raining this year, so that's good. I'd just like to, I guess, remind everyone of the welcoming and introductory comments from Dr. Roger Marker, and particularly the significance that Lake Whātuma is held by Tamatea Tangata Whenua, and I guess just makes me pleased to be involved in this organisation that, you know, helps support the restoration works in any way that we can with that project and the significance it gives to Tangata Whenua down that way. So that was good to hear. Two issues that stood out for me around that Swing Bridge paper was the insurance, the need for an insurance review. So the community down there understood the bridge was insured. And when we got to that committee meeting, or before then, but certainly spelled out on that day that it was insured, but the policy didn't actually quite do what it should have at the time because of the excess amount. So, is that something we want to be exposed to going forward, or, is there a review there and things that we can change? The other thing was the disaster relief fund, and we obviously debated that on the day, and probably just have more vision over exactly what that fund is, what it's doing, what it's for, and hence another review. And so two key works, I guess, that the new council, the incoming council, should look at. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. All right. Just to speak?
Yes, just briefly, Mr. Chair.
Certainly.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I expressed some views at the committee stage for the swing bridge replacement funding option, and my concern, having supported the project at the outset, the initial project 5 years ago, my concern is, if you like, the integrity of decision making, and I think that's something as governors we need to be conscious of and make sure that when papers come to us, we've got a clear picture and vision of what we're trying to achieve and how it fits. I just have a different view as to which pathway this particular project ought to have come through. I've expressed that previously. My preference would have been to align the decision making around our priority areas. If that includes supporting the Central Hawke's Bay District Council in that community around its wastewater management, and just as we've done in the past, that's a worthy and appropriate level of support that this council can offer. My concern is, as I previously suggested, is that the way it's been handled in the reserve funds that we've tapped into for this is somewhat opportunistic, somewhat accidental, not intended as a part of the reserve fund. I'm just wanting to be conscious, the council to be conscious that we put this thing through the right pathway. I'll leave it at that, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. All right, I'll put the motion. All those in favour will say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, no. Carried. Move on to affixing a common seal. Do I have your support on this, Councillor Van Paek?
I'll move that.
I'll second it. There's no discussion. I'll put the question. All those in favour will say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, no. Carried. Item 14, end of year, end of training, wrap up and interim delegation to the Chief Executive. Chief Executive, you want to make a few extra comments on this?
Thank you, Chair. The paper covers more matters than the recommendations as currently drafted. Annalie has got an additional recommendation which I have suggested be added. And while she's getting that organised, I'll just read it to you. A new recommendation, number 4, agrees to delegate its decision-making powers to the Chief Executive for matters that cannot reasonably wait for the first meeting of Council in the next triennium, except for those matters set out in Schedule 7, Clause 32(1) of the Local Government Act 2002, which are those matters identified in the paper that you are unable to delegate. So it really just replicates what is in the narrative of the paper around that delegation. So just a reminder that there is no legally constituted council between the results of the election and council being sworn in, and this just enables legal cover to be provided should there be any extraordinary circumstance that requires decision making. Can I just state possibly the obvious, and that is if there was any matter of controversy or of great import that councillors would obviously want to be appraised of, I would be proactive in bringing those to the attention of the newly elected representatives in the period prior to them being sworn in as councillors, so that they were aware of any decisions being taken.
the one thing it's very good. So two things, James. Question, I want you to give, just for the record, what you would think would be contained with cannot reasonably wait. It's a judgment call. And secondly, when does this take effect from?
Yes, good point. So it should indicate in the recommendation a date.
The date of when the results.
So I think we should add in there, agrees to delegate from the 12th of October.
Yeah. Thank you.
Might be slightly earlier than that.
Well, polling day is the 8th, but the official results are the 12th. And so we don't certify anybody as no longer elected until we've certified those who are elected.
Exactly right. All right.
So, and perhaps just to give an example might be that there is a natural disaster in the region or a civil defence emergency, and there are some decisions that need to be taken in relation to council expenditure or council assets that urgently need, repair or expenditure on. It's that sort of matter. It's hard to imagine terribly many others that don't already sit in a delegated space that couldn't wait.
I just think just to sum up, you've given the council an assurance that in the event that there was something that caused you concern to move in this regard, that you would consult with councillors, those who are already deemed to be elected and those, and have a consultation. So you've got to steer from governors where you thought this should be at. So that's good. All right. I'm happy to move. Any further questions?
Sorry, Chair, just before you do, it's been brought to my attention that they're looking at 13th of October for the results.
13th of October. Happy with that? No.
So what exactly is that?
Right, okay. So there's a new form. I'm happy to move. Do I have a seconder? Well, any questions of the Chief Executive? It's a pretty straightforward procedural motion. All right, I'll put the question. All those in favour will say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, no. Carried. Climate resilience.
Thank you, Chair. We have our Climate Action Ambassador, Pippa, with us to speak to this paper. Just a reminder that the reason this hasn't come via committee for normal double debate had simply been the workload of the ENICC committee and the timeframe in pulling all of this together. With the Chair's agreement, this has come via a workshop. So it's previously been discussed and presented to Council via a workshop. And the desire of Pippa, with my support, is to not pause this work through the electoral period and the installation of the new council, and wait for the next committee meeting, the next ENICC, assuming that council continues with its current committee structure to meet before considering this. And so on that basis, it's brought straight to council for decision making today.
All right, Pippa, we've got your paper. Brett, it's very good paper. Very thorough. So brief introduction would be good, and then we can go on to questions.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Well, actually, the slides that I've prepared were to take you through the report, which I think is probably, because it was just released, if that's okay with you, we'll go straight into those, and then I can...
The community carbon.
The community carbon report that was attached.
We've got them.
Yeah.
Read them, very interesting.
Okay, great. So these reports were prepared by consultants at ICOM who have worked with a number of different councils across the country. They use the methodology which is known as the Global Protocol for Community Scale Greenhouse Gas Emissions, Greenhouse Gas Emissions Inventory. So we call it the GPC methodology. That the advantage we have of using an internationally validated methodology is for comparison with other regions who have also used this. You can see the categories there that are covered. We asked them to provide 3 years of estimations given that we expected that last year emissions were not following a traditional pattern due to COVID lockdown and reduced activity in some areas. So we're using 2018-19 as a comparison for the last year that we're able to have, 2020 to 21. So these are the overall emissions that they have measured and estimated over the last 3 years. I'll talk you through that. That's in light yellow, those are the gross, our gross, what we've emitted into the atmosphere in terms of carbon dioxide equivalents. That sits at 4.5 million tonnes per year. In darker blue are the net emissions. So I know you've had some talk recently about carbon drawdown and those sorts of things. So those kind of arrows on the left there are showing you the impact of what our forestry forestry is doing to sequester carbon, to reduce it to those net levels you're seeing in dark blue. What you see when looking across the years is we have a 3% reduction in our gross emissions over time. So while that's not a large reduction, it's at least not an increase, because some other regions are seeing increases. And we're actually seeing a 20% reduction in our net emissions. So those darker blue bars on the graph have gone down by 20%. So that's partially due to reduced livestock numbers and partially due to increased sequestration from our forestry. Sorry. At the same time, I want to make these 2 points which are in the report in these infographics with the circles at the end. At the same time in our region, we've seen GDP growth and we've seen population growth. So one might expect emissions to grow at the same rate or at a similar rate. This is called decoupling, when they don't grow at the same rate as your economy. When your emissions manage to go down while your economy is growing, while your GDP is growing, it's called decoupling. So we're seeing some indications that that is happening. 7%, -7% with regard to population and -10% with regard to GDP. We also at the same time asked for the full reports working in collaboration with our councils, with our TAs. So I'll talk you through those. What you see in the Wairoa district is actually carbon positive. That's why that dark blue line, once you take into account, so you've got the emissions in light blue, once you take into account the forestry in that region, they're carbon positive. Hastings district, similar, well, one of the larger districts and similar pattern to those Hawke's Bay patterns, where net emissions are around half of the gross emissions. Napier City, very little sequestration going on, so gross emissions and net emissions are almost identical. And the same in Central Hawke's Bay. There's not a big sequestration effect in Central Hawke's Bay. Sorry. When we look at where the gross, so these, this is really broad. This pie graph is just really broad. This, the purpose of this report and the benefit of the report is that it does drill down into really granular detail, and which this graph doesn't do. But we go into like coal use, natural gas use, all of those things are in this report. But just to show broad brush, we have about 2/3 of our emissions in the region are coming from agriculture, and transportation is about 1/5. Stationary energy use, 1/10, and then some smaller categories in there. Looking into agriculture, so like I say, this would be an example of a drill down that we're now able to do for the region as a whole and within the TA areas as well. Around half of the agricultural emissions are coming from sheep, and then I think that's about 1/3 from non-dairy cattle. On the left there, I know you probably can't read those categories. I just wanted to show you the trajectory, the trend there for agricultural emissions over the last 3 years. We have seen an 8% reduction in overall emissions, and we're seeing a 7% reduction in biogenic methane, which are really positive indicators. There's still a long way to go for some of the national targets, but they are positive indicators. And on forestry, this methodology includes the emissions related to harvesting in the same calculation. You may have noticed that in the exec summary. But so the sequestration from exotic forest is much larger, well, at -6 million. native forest sequestration, but then against that, we have to count the emissions related to going in, cutting down those trees, and releasing the carbon into the atmosphere. And this is just the last one. Another way that often these reports show emissions is per capita. Now, per capita is not, well, per capita is a useful way of looking at emissions when we think about the agency that people have. So this is why I haven't included agriculture, because this is things like transport choices and waste choices and those kind of consumption choices. So that just shows you across our 4 areas, the New Zealand average is about 8 tonnes of CO2 per year per person. So that's where we're sitting across our regions, taking out of the picture any agricultural emissions, because for Napier's agricultural emissions are very little, for example. And so you can see that transport and waste emissions are higher per person in rural areas. So though there's some areas we could work on. So the paper is to propose to establish a working group who will work, using this as baseline, will work through the table of actions from our national emissions reduction plan, setting targets, progressive targets across the years, and going beyond that notion of carbon neutrality by 2050. Yeah, I think we'll finish there. And
thank you. Right. Any questions of Pippa? I've got a couple of things I'd like to take you to the draft themes, 18. And I know that we've had a look at this before, but I thought when I was reading this again, there's 2 things which are missed out in here for me. And one is that I have no doubt that as the onset of climate change comes, there's going to be increased social stress. We have reflections of it, and at the moment we're getting excessive amounts of rain. But if we were to have a sequence of events similar to witnessed in the Northern Hemisphere, I have no doubt there'll be a great deal of social distress. So I think we need to have an element in there about social cohesion. And the second thing that's coming along here is I think we aren't focusing on our economic structures and economic resilience in the way we should do. I can't for the life of me see how the last 20 years of economic activity is going to be reflected in the next succeeding 20 years. That the models that people have of what the debt they can carry, the things, structures they can do, are going to change, in my view, quite rapidly. So I do think we need to have some economic overview of economic resilience, and to say to people, well, you might have been able to do this 10 years ago, 20 years ago, but in the future, you're going to have to be more cautious on your settings in terms of debt, in terms of crops, in terms of that. So I just think there's 2 elements here which we'll have to think about. Just up for suggestions. Okay, Martin.
Thank you. And I had understood the focus of this to be on emissions reduction. I guess, there is that adaptation side, but just dealing with the emissions reduction side of it, look, this is, I think this is actually the most significant report I've seen in my time on council, because, if you don't measure, you can't manage. And it's the first time we've had a systematic snapshot of where we're at, and some of the news is actually pretty positive. My question to you is in terms of net reductions in recent years, with our strategic objective being net zero by 2050. The reductions in agricultural emissions, what were the generators of those? Are they stocking rates? Are they more effective, more sustainable farming practices? What are some of the drivers for that?
Look, what the report tells us, so we would actually need to do some more qualitative investigation of that, but quantitatively it's fewer stock, fewer sheep, and fewer non-dairy cattle.
Big drought and forestry conversion and things like that.
Neil?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can I just also take you to two areas of your paper? The first one being your themes, and I note, for example, at your paragraph 10, reducing gross emissions with regard to biogenic methane, and particularly looking at the farming sector, and yet you haven't got a farming theme
No.
as a focus. Is there a reason for that?
The national targets separate out biogenic methane emissions with different targets. So carbon neutral refers to anything but biogenic methane. Biogenic methane targets are 24 to 47% reduction by 2050. So it's kind of aligning with that. I really am grateful for any suggestions or advice, though. So that because this plan is to align with national goals.
Sure.
And those come under He Waka Eke Noa
Yes.
with different targets.
I appreciate that distinction, but one would have thought that from our perspective and the focus of this approach, we would be supporting that nationally driven scenario with a localised version of that, and therefore we would focus on it by way of a theme, and secondly, we would offer representation or contribution or stakeholding in the reference group as well. For example, the Future Farming Trust I would suggest, have a very strong interest in participating, and yet neither they are there nor is the farming theme in the approach. That surprised me.
Sorry.
Chief Executive.
So I think Councillor Curtin raises an important point. There's going to be some work for us to do once the government has responded to the recommendations of He Waka Eke Noa in terms of how agricultural greenhouse gases are going to be addressed, because there'll need to be a conversation between central government and local government about division of labour and with industry around our role in there. But I think potentially there is a sweet spot for regional council and the work that it does with landowners around afforestation and the work that we do around protecting wetlands and restoring wetlands by way of example, where there's a layering of benefits for water quality, sediment control, nutrient stripping, carbon sequestration, water and landscapes, etc., that brings both a climate mitigation but a climate adaptation lens together. And so I think it's useful that we build a dialogue alongside this exercise or within this exercise with the primary sector, but I think there's quite an uncharted territory ahead about what is going to be this council's role. I think we should take back the question of who and how to involve the primary sectors beyond the Ministry for Primary Industries in this space, and what does the theme around working with nature mean in a farming and rural context, because it may be around farm system change or land practice change where there are benefits both for adaptation and mitigation in terms of the way that we work with nature. So, yeah, I think it's an important point. I think there's some opportunity to dig into this a bit deeper, but I think certainly that this council is going to be at the intersection of those issues for the foreseeable future.
Thank you.
Just to follow on, if you don't mind, Mr. Chair, because...
One more?
Yes, please, supplementary, thank you.
One more.
Just in terms of the representation you're proposing here, HBRC is going to be there, is it?
Yes.
Yes, we need that one there. The other...
You'll do a good job.
This is your second supplementary.
The other point I would make is that if the focus is on emission reduction, I'm questioning whether in fact there are stakeholders here that are not quite in the same mould. Forest and Bird, Environment Centre, Sustainability Council, 3R Group, PSGs. I've got a question mark around whether we're making it that big or we're pretty focused on emissions reduction and therefore the stakeholders involved are pretty focused.
I just draw the council's attention to the heading, while membership is not yet finalised, suggested membership includes. So I think it's a bit of a flexible thing, and the points you've made will be taken into account. Craig.
Thanks very much. Just pick up CE's comments there. Look, that's music to my ears. I think there's many instruments that ratepayers can all assist to take benefit from, enjoy or improve Hawke's Bay's carbon footprint, of which these territorial authorities have a kind of a controlling or influence in. I'm really interested to explore that. You know, rates, rebates for wetlands or something, that could be interesting, 20 acres or more or something. But I've also picked up on that, even though the chair just said to be finalised. My point being, we're all on this together, and of all of the groups suggested there's only one who's possibly directly engaged, which is actually the PSGE groups who may have forestries or farm, or maybe Kanunus with their farm, but everyone else there has haven't got dirt under their fingernails, if you like, in this space. And so I'd just suggest if we could settle up, not via MPI, but just some of the organisations which are very good around the Bay. And then just finally, again, acknowledging the paper, thanks so much for turning the wheel in this space and the associated papers. The progressive targets we talk about in I think it's in the recommendations or something. How do you describe, well, I think it looks like you've gone as far as you can here. So how do we everyone's relatively in support of the general direction here.
Yeah.
How do we hold the group to account? You know, what's the next bit? Because we can do another paper, you know, a cynical person might say, look at that, they've formed a working group, which is nice. And we have to do that to actually make action. So the more flesh or the teeth on this, because all the participants in their mission statements or priorities all have climate change as at least one of their top three. So even perhaps lining something up with the Economic Development Agency, whose participants and funders are all share that, just to maybe link the targets to that somehow.
The governance of this working group would sit under Matariki, under PO 3, as part of the work that we would establish, we need to plan an ongoing monitoring, like this is not the last time that I hope you'll see reports like this. We need to be tracking our progress over time. We need to be setting those targets that are closer than 2050, but we need to also have a plan to monitor it and to build that into our TA practices as well.
Yeah, thanks so much. And previous papers have kind of shown a straight line trajectory, let's say to 2050. That's nice.
Yeah.
But by 2030, we need to be at least 2/3 en route, which actually says some pretty hard questions about the address in the next few years for 2025. And so there'll just be some lumps in this road, I guess. But this is so helpful. Even if these numbers are 20% long, I don't care. They're a start and very, very helpful. So thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and hallelujah, Pippa. Thank you for getting us to this point where we can kick off and see an action plan growing. So well done, and I think our investment through the long-term plan of your position is bearing its fruits now. My question was around how, if this sits under the governance of Matariki, how we get reported back to this council or committee. So that might be a question for James.
Oh, look, so our intention is, given there's a leadership role for regional council here, and obviously Pippa's our employee, is to report back regularly to most likely the ENICC committee, if the terms of reference post-election put that responsibility to that committee. The point really, I guess, of the governance of Matariki, of course, is that this is a whole of community exercise. It is our regional coordination exercise across public, private sector and iwi Māori. So it's the right place to give this the sufficient level of mana and cross-regional leadership. But we will report in parallel back to this council
Sorry,
as well.
can I just note that we're still signing up to be the regional leadership still on this action plan that comes out. Obviously, we want to work collectively, but we still need to be leaders in this space. Kia ora.
Thank you. Api, other?
Go after Mike, thanks.
Mike?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Kia ora, Pip. Thank you very much for your report. Just in regards to paragraphs 19 and 31, just in regards to tangata whenua engagement, mana whenua engagement, can I suggest that you engage with our PSGs as soon as you can? Because we basically, what you're saying here is that Ngāti Kahungunu has determined that a wānanga may be the best approach. PSGs may have a different opinion. So you'll get us clashing with each other before we even start talking to you. Build up.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. Kia ora, Mike, thank you. Always appreciate the way you provide instruction. My first question is along the same lines. So thank you, Mike, for your question. Is there any scope? So I'm looking at the list of organisations who are being suggested in item 15, paragraph 15, sorry. And I note where what I'm looking for is educational components within our community, and they don't seem to jump out at me here. So we've got parekore, we've got massive behavioural change which needs to drive the outcomes of this, and the schools have long been recognised as a key deliverer in the changing of mindsets within the home and therefore achieving of these objectives. And I'm wondering, will that come later? If so, what's the rationale behind not including a lined up participation of our educational providers in this space? Or was it just, I don't know?
No, thank you for the comment. I think they have to happen in parallel. I think when we go into those education spaces, they're often focused on individual actions, which are crucial and really important to bring people along for the change, but they're not going to get us down from 4.3 million to, to halving it. Recycling our plastics number 5 is not going to get us there. It's a good thing, and we need to do that. So I do work closely with our Enviro Schools team, and we are looking at that and how we can build in some of the. We actually have the first school to ever get students doing a carbon footprint of a school. We have that school in Hawke's Bay. So we're trying to encourage things like that and build or bolster what's already happening in the community. So really important points, but I think that education wasn't built into this because we want to focus on designing key actions with measurable targets.
Cool bananas.
We can reconsider if if that's the guidance, but it's sort of seen as a parallel thing to this target setting.
No, I've got a couple other questions if I might, Mr. Jib. So thank you for that. So that aligns with the statement in paragraph 21 that the biggest focus must be placed on activities that have the highest emissions and where the capacity is to adapt. So thank you for that. My next question is a follow-on from Councillor Ormsby's one, and given that this is a reduction plan, my question is to the Chief Executive. So outside of the EICC, will this also be coming to the RPC?
Probably in all likelihood, all governors will be even the most optimal, really. Given this has got to sit alongside Kotahi as well. So, look, I think that all goes to some discussions that this table will need to have in relation to terms of reference. We are going to bring some terms of reference for the all governors through to the incoming council, and there are some trade-offs around having everybody all on the same mahi together and efficiency, and then the roles of relative committees, including our Maori committee and the council's committees, and what sits where, and whether or not all governors gets confined to simply the plan making work of Kotahi or broader work that cuts across that, of which obviously our climate action work is highly relevant.
I think it'd be helpful, Pippa, if you in the future tried to describe a management structure for this, because I think people are looking at this in terms of some sort of apex down forward structure, who's in who's out, where in actual fact it should be none of that. What it should be is simply a horizontal web of interconnectivity where everybody's in and no one is out, and people are connected at the time that's appropriate for them. So I think that's what we're trying to get here. Really? If you describe that, I think people would feel a bit more comfortable. Because it is a community-driven thing. It's not going to be command and control. We say you do this. We're all going to have to do things together here. So I just try and find a way in which it describes how it's going to pull everybody together would be helpful. Martin.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Look, I just wanted to get a very clear picture of exactly who is on the Matariki governance group. I am concerned that the more entities and moving parts of the system that's actually going to drive implementation of this plan or its formation, the more inertia it may potentially run into. So I'm as yet far from convinced that we've got the right home for all of this. I understand the reasons in it, but can you just give me a very clear picture of exactly who's on that governance group?
So it's the chair of the regional council and the 4 mayors of the territorial authorities. It is the chair of Ngāti Kahungunu is due to rejoin after the previous chair declining to take his seat at the table. It is the PSGEs of the region, albeit that those that sit more on the flanks of the region, such as Tūwharetoa or Tūhoi, haven't participated. It's essentially our Tātou Tātou o Te Wairoa, Pahuera, MTT, Mana Ahuriri, Hiritonga Tamatea Settlement Trust as participants at chair level. So it is all at peak governance level. And there was, to represent the Crown, previously the chair of the DHB. With the disbanding of the DHB, there's now an open discussion about who represents the Crown, likely to be the Regional Public Sector Lead, who is the Regional Commissioner for MSD. And then also there are business representation. Previously that was the chair of Business Hawke's Bay. With Business Hawke's Bay now being disestablished, there is a live conversation about that business representation, likely to come through and reflect the board of the Regional Economic Development Agency. The idea is that it is tripartite between local government, mana whenua, and four-way between the Crown, central government, mana whenua, and the private sector.
I totally get that. I guess I'm signalling now that it may be, I think, that we actually have a bespoke entity combining representatives of those 4, bearing in mind our all governors approach would include representations from at least 3 of them. So I'm very keen to keep some ownership and control on this. I just want to signal that.
I think I'd be happy if you said ownership and drive.
Anyway, that's just, it's an evolving thought. This is the most important thing that we need to do as a region, I think. And yeah, I look forward to seeing how that can be made to work.
All right. Oh, Michelle, last.
Kia ora. I was interested in one of your slides that you didn't have the gross emissions per capita involved in agriculture, because there would be a vast change if you note the figure 8 on Hawke's Bay carbon footprint, which is dominated by Central Hawke's Bay. So because this is a live stream and unless people search for the information, I just want to point out some of the statistics. So the gross emissions, Central Hawke's Bay is 1,309,347. Hastings is 1,869,526. Napier is 457,725, and Wairoa is 632,309. Noting that Central Hawke's Bay has 79,100 less hectares in comparison. And then when you look at the dairy, the non-dairy cows, Central Hawke's Bay 361,723 and non-dairy 172,638. Hastings 94 for dairy, 94,725, non-dairy 443,183. Napier, no dairy, and 8,951 non-dairy. Wairoa 15,941 dairy and non-dairy 234,354. The highest emitter is agriculture. We know where it's coming from. I'm a bit concerned about it going under the matariki, because you're talking about growth, and it's, I think if you're going to keep on growing, you can see where it's going to go. It also impacts, and then we've got the State of Environment report that was recently released, and it doesn't take a genius to work out that all this agriculture also contributes to our water. It impacts our water. So increased dairy stock and non-dairy equates to higher emissions. It also correlates to increased nitrates, Maori degradation of the Y, as the urine of dairy cows is more nitrogen-rich than non-dairy. So this is out of our own report. So, I'm just perplexed as to why it wasn't up there. The issue was agriculture, and I hear the he waka eke no, But if you're talking about reducing reducing emissions, we really need to address, you know, it's not the elephant in the room, it's on the facts are in the reports. I went over the 4 reports and I bring up these figures taken from there. Now, I'm really concerned. I'm really concerned about for climate change. I'm really concerned about how agriculture is impacting on our water, and we need transformational change. And I think that when it comes to climate change, it needs to stay under the regional council. It needs to stay here. And yeah, when we come next term, that's what I'll be supporting. I'm not going under something that's concentrating on making more money.
Well, last speaker.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. If I could, what I was going to say will be in response to Michelle, but first thing, Papa, I was going to point out was in each report, it talks about biogenic carbon dioxide not being, is excluded because it's part of the natural carbon cycle. So I find it quite weird that methane's not considered part of the natural carbon cycle either. But Michelle, to help you out here, and I think Neil's suggestion was a real good one, actually. You came on the trip where we visited another regional council, and they put up pie charts and graphs just like you did up there, Pippa, and with very similar proportions. And if those councillors and Michelle that came on the trip remember, the response was, we don't know what to do about agriculture. Well, this council set up Hawke's Bay Future Farming Trust, and they're looking at this exact thing, and preliminary data is already showing differences in soil carbon as a point in time, and now looking to get funding from MPI around what happens to soil carbon stocks under different land management practices, so not just land use, but land management. And so I think we have the perfect opportunity to lead in this space because you all know my personal opinion is it is a natural carbon cycle. Sure, there's fluctuations and it depends how we manage the land, and there's enough data and work out there now to show, I feel, particularly overseas, not in New Zealand, and that's where MPI is stepping up, around the ability to store carbon in soil at a much greater rate than pine trees. So, yeah, I think, whether it's completely aligned with this work or we certainly need to be closely aligned with Future Farming Trust around this work that kind of fits with this total emissions profile for our region, I would certainly support that.
All right, thank you. Someone like to move the report? Martin, seconded.
I'll second.
Jacqueline, I think we've all had a good bash of this, haven't we?
I just wanted to say one brief thing, Rick. I mean, the most important issue, other than biodiversity, perhaps, if I could have a minute or two.
Oh, certainly.
This has been troubling me, the lack of a coherent, coordinated framework. We've got climate change right at the core of everything we do, and we agreed that when we prepared our strategic plan back in 2019, 2020. And so we're doing all of these things, including Future Farming Trust and public transport and what have you, across the different domains of, I guess, the emissions profile. But we don't have an understanding, or we didn't have an understanding of where we were at as a starting point, and the framework wasn't coordinated in terms of identifying specific methods and to what end, to what extent we need to reduce the emissions for each of the emissions contributors and who is involved, so that we could now move into a place where across all of the different parts of our communities and our economy and our region, we know where we are, we know what we need to do, and we know where we're going. I think is the most significant moment, in my term on council, and I'm absolutely just so excited about it. It is so important. It matches the need for adaptation and biodiversity, and bring it on is all I can say. So I'm very excited to receive your report. Thank you for that.
Mr. Chair, sorry, can I have a supplementary question with regards to?
Sure.
Thank you, Will. Councillor Foley, so my question is, I'll go straight to it, and is there a scope, space for the Future Farming Trust to be considered as a part of the entities in the working group?
Yeah.
Okay, that's.
And yeah, the list was on a former draft of this. The list was really long, really long. I haven't had the opportunity to engage with all of those groups yet, and I didn't want them to be listed on a paper before I talk to them. And also, we need to keep it a manageable group that can commit to that time over the next 9 months.
Lovely. Thank you very much.
May I make two methodology, just very brief comments about, this is, like I said, the global protocol is being used. Some of the sequestration from soil is innovative. The methodologies that aren't yet included in these international measures, so unfortunately we can't use them, like blue carbon. I think you've had someone speak to you about blue carbon sequestration, so sequestration through wetlands, sequestration through our ocean. These methods are coming, and they are, like Australia's talking about building blue carbon into the emissions trading scheme. So they're coming, they're just not yet in the methodology that we have available to us. Per capita emissions, we usually do them on a consumption basis. So this is a production basis. This is where the emissions are produced. There's no international travel in any of our reports, because international travel happens in our international airports, which aren't in Hawke's Bay. Were we to look at it from a consumption-based, like what our residents choose to do, that's another story, and we would include international travel on a residential basis. So that's, yeah, there are edges to any scientific methodology that we choose, and I just want to highlight some of those edges to the assumptions that we can make about this.
Okay, thank you. I'll just close the conversation before the vote.
Can I speak to my second, please?
Okay, right, go.
Thank you. Pippa, I just wanted to commend, this is a huge task at hand, and I wanted to commend the amount of facts and data that you have in your head. That's a lot to carry, not just in your mind, but on your shoulders. So I wish you all the very best in getting this climate action plan together and the emissions reduction plan. Yeah, I'm really excited to see it evolve and look forward to seeing the public events.
Thank you. I have been supported by an amazing team, and Kathleen Kosniak as well.
Yeah.
Neil.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair.
It's
the hair.
That was last week. Last week, Neil. You were wearing this week.
Look, I've got congratulations for the clarity in your recommendation 1. Receives and considers climate resilience transitioning to a sustainable low emissions future. Stick to that and that only. And what I've seen here today, I'd like you to strike out paragraph, your chapter, your paragraph 15 and 18. And this talk of Matariki, I mean, has it ever met or going to meet? What you'll do there, it's mission impossible if you do that. It's putting a bugger's muddle inside a bugger's muddle. It really is. I would suggest starting again, go to your premise, a production base for lowering emissions. Stick to that, and ask yourself, who do I need to influence to make that happen? This thing that we've created, this monster with all these, every stakeholder you can imagine, is simply going to drag that down, and you'll go nowhere. So I'm suggesting start again, focus on what you want to achieve, limit it to that, and get on with it. But critical work, good on you. I'd love to see the next iteration of your approach.
Thank you. Any other speakers?
Please, Chair, just a couple more comments. Mainly in response to Councillor Williams there, talking about weighing up biodiversity versus climate change, and Pippa's got a job to do around climate and obviously focusing on emissions, but I'd just like to kind of remind the wider council that the two things are equal. Planting, I won't say planting more trees, but planting more biodiversity helps our climate. This sort of work helps our climate. So, Yeah, it's all as important as each other to me, so, yeah, thanks, Pip.
Thank you. The key thing for this is that we've had these conversations before, and people have made comments that what are we doing here when China's building many more coal-fired power stations? What can we hope to have an influence on this, that and the other? The point I'd make, again, as I make here, we can't enter the conversation unless we have some moral authority. If we behave as badly as everybody else, then we have no right to challenge others around the world to do better. And this is the first step on the path to gaining moral authority on these matters. If we aren't doing things to reduce our carbon emissions, increase biodiversity, all those other things, then we have no right to have a say. This is a moral authority issue as far as I'm concerned. Not only here at Hawke's Bay, but within the country, and if the country does well, it'll have moral authority on the global stage. This is a global problem. Carbon emissions are a global issue. They're not concentrated in the Northern Hemisphere, they glow everywhere. We're all going to be affected. And every generation of people born subsequently are going to be affected by this. And if people think this is something minor, well, I want them to go have a look at what's happened in summer in the Northern Hemisphere and in Pakistan. This is simply the entree, the very beginning of what this is going to be. And we are on track now to go well past 1.5, well past 2. And the scientists now say that the ice on the Greenland shelf is certainly going to melt. So it's in the bag. You can't stop it. Even if we change everything tomorrow, you cannot stop that. So sea level rise is going to go up. We are in desperate times of that, there's no doubt. This is a minor step, but an important step. If we don't do this, we have no right to have a say anywhere. Or if we do, it's discounted. So this is a really important step above all others. So well done. For that, I'll invite people to say whether they support the motion, to say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, no. Carried. Right, thank you, Pippa.
Thank you.
Regional Economic Development Agency Establishment Update.
Thank you, Chair. This is an information item. Just draw to Council's attention that progress continues to be made in establishing the new Regional Economic Development Agency as endorsed by this Council in November last year. Expressions of interest for directors of the new entity are currently out, and an appointment process under the Matariki Governance Group will occur in the next month or so. Work has been undertaken to ensure that that new board is able to quickly make the formal decisions it needs to formally constitute the entity and have it up and running. And with the cancelling of the lease of the Business Hub accommodation in Ahuriri, there is work underway presently to determine the optimal alternative location in which the new Regional Economic Development Agency and its associated organisations will reside. The final thing just to assure in terms of progress being made is it was identified that our regional freight connections through our port, to our port, across our region and into connecting regions does present a set of significant strategic issues in terms of efficiency of exporting and of the economic performance of the region, and particularly our port. And so a decision is likely to be taken by the Matariki Governance Group imminently to allocate 250,000 out of the initial 1.7 million investment from councils into a regional distribution network strategy co-led with Port of Napier and other industry and transport providers. So that's really just to say that we're not waiting for the reader to be established before some of the important work under the Matariki Regional Development Strategy has progressed, and this will continue to progress and be reported to the incoming council.
Thank you. Right. Any questions of James on the report?
James, are we, a while ago, we made decisions here in great hope that this will be up and running quite some time ago, as I'm sure I guess everyone else has. But part of the motion that was passed was this council would continue its targeted rate with Hawke's Bay Tourism, but it was no longer involved directly in any economic development type agency. So I presume we're still true to that. Everything sounds at arm's length, but we still seem to be intrinsically involved to try and make things happen, I suppose. So are we being true?
Yes, we're in a position where we are desperately trying to get this entity established so that we no longer have to be actively participating in this kind of work, and it's doing it on behalf of the region. In the meantime, though, we were anxious, given that the original intent had been to go live on the 1st of July, that we didn't lose 6 months, particularly given that we are presently collecting a targeted rate from the regional ratepayer for economic development, that we didn't have funds sitting and not being used for what, in the case of the regional distribution strategy, is an obvious regional benefit and important regional economic priority. So the work is just continuing.
So thanks for trying to make it happen. From previous experience and recent experience, I do know the government, the Crown, looks to unified type agencies. The direct translation of Hawke's Bay not sorting this out as at 1st of July is Hawke's Bay is missing out.
Yes.
And governmental allocations will dry up next year because it's election year. And there'll be promises made, but actual commitments won't. So we'll just, we can't be the architects of our missing out again because we can't get our own act together. I don't mean this organisation. We're doing as best we can, but employ all the other TAs and anyone that can help make things happen to make them blimmin' well happen.
That's been done with great frustration. Any other questions? All right, would someone like to move the report? Craig, Sheriff? Speak? No? All right, put the question. All those in favour of receiving the report, say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, no. Carried. We now come on to summary of the coastal hazards. Sheriff?
Okay, as read. So this is off the 15th of August, this is a little while ago. We did a submission, we had a submission in regards to whether we as Hawke's Bay Region Council should take over the sole responsibility of managing coastal hazards in the strategy, the draft strategy, and that was met with 80% approval. We heard from some of our ratepayers who had some views on it, and that was greatly received. So that's where we're at. We've got a very tight timeline going forward and getting the strategy adopted, but also doing our consultation, the S16. So our staff really have got their work cut out, and hopefully we'll get there in time.
Thank you.
Chair.
Any questions of Sheriff? Being none, would you like to move your report?
I'll move it.
I'll second it. Any speakers? Being none, I'll put it. All those in favour will say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, no. Carried. Councillors' reports from meetings outside bodies. But you got something to report? Will?
Probably quite timely. I update you on Hawke's Bay Future Farming Trust. Just had the AGM yesterday, so they'll be in touch with James and the team about coming to present at the next earliest date available to the new council, and hopefully have some pretty good news around funding and new projects due to get underway. Only other thing to report was the presentation. We as a council were up in Waikato or Bay of Plenty somewhere, and so couldn't attend, but they held the presentation with Minister of Agriculture Damien O'Connor and commentator Rod Oram as speakers around the future of farming, and it was very well attended and apparently quite healthy and vigorous discussion and debate. So that went really well. So for incoming councillors here, I look forward to the latest annual report. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other reports? All right. Would you like to move the reports be received, Will?
Happy to move.
Right. Gerard, will we second that? All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, no. We're now on to discuss the minor items not on the agenda, and it's you again, Will, first up. Weather.
Thanks.
Lovely day out there.
Start with the
Lovely day out there.
Give you a ring over the weekend, eh?
Oh, look, as we come to the end of this training, we started off with a drought and responded to that as we could and supported that event. And then moving along, and then we had the Napier floods, once again had to respond and support. And I just thought it was probably quite timely to kind of update and make people aware of the current weather, which is not really an event, but just ongoing rain. And so quite uncharacteristic, I guess, to what we've been used to recently, although I talked to some heads older and wiser than me, and they talk about the good old days in the 70s or something like that when the weather pattern was more like this. So I guess, as we know, it just continues to rain, no significant large amounts, which we're probably lucky for. But nonetheless, the land is absolutely saturated and a lack of sunshine. And that combination really starting to have an impact on our productive sector. So dairy farmers hearing of going to once-day milking, which is apparently quite significant in terms of their production and what's the kind of setting for the rest of the season. It's very early days in their season. The extra feed them to feed out, and the cow condition. Sheep and beef farmers, the inability to dock lambs, the lack of growth rates in their lambs and ewe condition. Horticulture, no expert on this subject, and Councillor Van Beek could talk to it a lot better than me, but just
have a go.
But just the issues around the trees being, I guess, continually moist, and the need to treat those trees for all the different pests and diseases that come with those conditions. And actually you see it driving along orchards and the muddy tracks in between the trees. And so I think it's just creating a lot of extra work, probably no doubt impacting on the quality of the fruit to come this season. The cropping, so just the inability to get crops in the ground, and that's not only just going to be this year, but things like maize and feed crops, if they can't get in pretty soon, then that impacts on feed available for next year as well. So look, no one's really immune from it in the productive sector. And then we've got our local district councils. We heard from Mayor Walker last week down in Waipawa office about the issues to roading there. Before the rain event we had post that meeting, there was 35 major slips in the Central Hawke's Bay District Council area, lots of potholes, and I know Hastings District Council, Whitehall District Council, who have been battling roading issues since the storm back in March. So a huge impact on our region economically, around loss of production and just cost to repair and maintain things. So I just thought it was timely to just make sure everyone was aware of that, and rather than just the inability to mow your lawns each weekend. Thank you.
Thank you, Will. Neil, the oblique heading triennium.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Try harder. Look, I just, given this is our last full council meeting of the Trainium, I just wanted to take the opportunity to recognise all of my colleagues around the table, those seeking to stay, those departing. I do this, I've done this more regularly, and that is to reflect over 2 decades of my involvement around council. And I'll do so again and say that I think this council, and I'm pleased our honourable Kaumatua Chairman Rex is here today because he was a part of that journey we've been on 3 years, it's gone, how quick can 3 years go? It's gone just like that in a flash. I'm reflecting on it and thinking that the words I'd used to describe the 3 years has been intellectually robust. It's been diligent councillors around the table. Every one of you have made an offering that's made a difference to our community. I think you've been a superb council. I really genuinely feel that, the best I've served on. The question got raised in Dr. Burns's presentation last week. It asked what kind of organisation is HBRC. I say it's a thriving organisation, well led, with a superb executive team that are genuine in everything they do. I'm really convinced and emphatic about that. The contributions made around the table by committee chairs and in general contribution have been always, in my experience, to the benefit of our communities. We've represented our communities well. And I just wanted to put that on record, congratulate and thank you for putting up with me for 3 years, and also to thank the staff for a tremendous effort in difficult times. You think about what we've been through in the 3-year period. It's been COVID, you name it, we've had it. It's been floods, as Will has said. We've started off with droughts, ending in water all the way between, and yet here we are, I think, a robust, strong and thriving organisation. I think we can hold our heads up and be proud of what we've done.
Thank you, Neil. I hope your son gets elected to the council.
One on the posters, you mean? Yeah.
Thanks, Neil.
Just before we close, I think it's time to have a few last words before we go, and I'd invite Jacqueline to say a few words.
Thank you, Rick. I would really like to say something, but I'm not quite so sure I'll be as give as many accolades as well as Neil did, but I'll do my best. It has been, as you well know, it's been a short term for me, and I filled a gap when it was required. So, and it's nice to have you here, Rex. I've thoroughly enjoyed my time on council, even though short. But I've came to realise that time is a very precious thing. And thanks to Councillor Voss, I've bought a little time today. and I will have time ultimately for my children and raising them, and a focus on business, my business, and another governance role. So, but in saying that, I will be keeping a very close eye on all of you and the work that you're doing. But one thing I'd like to say is that knowing how precious time is, I want to commend every single one of you, my fellow councillors, those who are already going through to the next triennium unopposed, and those who are standing, some potentially not even in this room, the representatives of the Maori Committee, the Regional Planning Committee, and the staff of Regional Council, for the time that you are giving to the work of Regional Council. You're making a huge commitment to protecting and enhancing our environment, which is something that should be highly commended. I do admire that. It does take a big commitment, especially when we're juggling different lives at the same time. So on the sidelines, I have, well, firstly, within council, I've really enjoyed contributing to, and from the sidelines, I will continue to support and watch you contribute to reaching your goals of predator-free Hawke's Bay, a emissions reduction plan, and really getting stuck into climate action and mitigating the effects of climate change, continuing to pursue solutions to ensure water security for our region, and supporting economic development of our region while maintaining a balance and in consideration of our role as kaitiakitanga, guardians of this environment. There's much more to that, but a couple I wanted to mention that are close to my heart. Love the open spaces. I would love to continue to see those developed, maintained and improved. Some to name, Waitangi, Pakowhai and Hawea. I'd really like to see that park underway. And one more with a little nudge to councillors who get onto the next traineum is Riverlands. I would love to see that developed into an open space for our community to enjoy. I'd also like to mention my wishes for Regional Council to commit to the use of plain language in all the communication they have with their community. I look forward to the results of the Plain Language Awards, which will be mid-October, I believe. We already are finalists in 3 categories, so that's brilliant. It is really important to communicate clearly with our community. You're making big decisions, and they need to contribute to that as well. So good luck with that as well. One thing that I'll take away that I've really learned about this experience that I really didn't have much of an understanding about, to be honest, was how accessible councillors become to the community and how much we're tapped into to speak on behalf and bring to the table our community concerns. So with that, I'd like to say, Yerif, you are my constituency councillor.
Oh, I'm in trouble.
And I've got your number saved. Finally, I'd just like to say a little proverb as well, which I actually I entered council with, but I'm going to exit council with. E hara takitoa, e te toa takatahi, ingari, he toa takatini. The greatest successes we will have are from working together. So with that, I will leave you all with kia kaha. Keep going, and I wish you all the very best for your next endeavours in the next triennium. Thank you. Oh, wait, I forgot one last thing. That was a lovely way to end, but I also wish to acknowledge you, Rick. You also departing council at this point. I've really enjoyed working with you. You're full of stories, full of entertainment, and so much knowledge. I've learned a lot from you, and I've really enjoyed this year. So thank you so much.
Thank you. You going to do something, James? This is completely unscripted, by the way.
Although it is customary when we have councillors who are departing and we know they're departing in advance to
Unlike Craig Foss.
So apologies in advance to anybody who doesn't return, who was intending to return. Obviously today we have some confidence that both Jackie and Rick are leaving us. So Jackie, look, on behalf of the organisation staff, I just wanted to say a couple of words. First of which was that you joined us in the middle of the training, which is not an easy time, because you arrive at this table and everybody else is already well down the path of knowing what's going on and where they're heading. And I just want to acknowledge how quickly you got up to speed, and that was because how hard you worked. And what was really obvious to the staff of the organisation was how diligent and conscientious you were right from the get-go. You were all over your reading, and you took the job incredibly seriously right from the start. And that the way in which you've interacted with your fellow councillors and certainly with the staff of the organisation has been consistently courteous, constructive. It's been very warm, and it's been an absolute pleasure working with you. So we're sorry to see you go. We would have been happy to see you come back. You were the silver lining of Rex's departure, which of course was a great loss for us. But you've filled the shoes admirably well. So we have a couple of gifts here. Here's one for you to. This is more of a thank you for your service to the region, and something to remember council by. And we have another one which our communications team's pulled together, which is the profile that was done on you as a councillor, the interview, and that lovely photograph of you as well. So
that's amazing.
Thank you so much. Good memory. Thank you. Now, we have a little bit more business to do.
What's that?
We have one other departing councillor. But before we say any more on you, Rick, I just want to welcome Sandra and acknowledge your presence today. Sandra is the one who has had to endure more of the service and sacrifice that you've made for this council in this region than anybody else in the room. So you deserve the acknowledgement and thanks for Rick's service. Probably more than Rick does, to be honest, but we'll come to that. But thank you, it's great to have you here. And obviously, Rick's wonderful to have you back in the chamber. You were a key part of this training as well. And as Pippa was talking today, I was reflecting on the climate emergency. That was a priority for you and passed through to Rick as well. The long-term plan that we have delivered with all of the headwinds of COVID and the good heart that the organisation's in, that Neil referred to, and I agree that this organisation is in really good shape, is a consequence of your period of leadership, the two long-term plans which were developed and signed off while you were chair. So this triennium is very much as much your triennium as it is everybody else's, which is why it's fitting to have you here today. We did get to farewell you at the time, but today is obviously the opportunity to farewell Rick. And we have some things over here similarly to acknowledge your service, Rick. Can I make the observation that many cabinet ministers leave Parliament and retain the title of honourable, and not all parliamentarians really deserve it. But in your case, I want to just observe the fact that the way in which you have conducted yourself as a representative of the people in this region for 29 years has been truly honourable. And I think the way you have approached your work here at Council has always been to focus on matters of principle. And we've heard that in many a speech given at this table, and in the way that you've often sought to navigate issues on the way through. So I think you're well deserved in having the honourable title. And while that was a product of your parliamentary career, I think if we were able to bestow such a title on Kaumatua leaving this organisation, would be a fitting one as well. So also really on behalf of the staff, I just want to thank you for the way in which you have supported the work of the organisation and the way in which you have you've worked with our staff, the way in which you've led this group of leaders, similar to the way Rex has, which has been very informally. And while there was a point of order I heard earlier today, it was noted a week or so back that we haven't relied on standing orders in this council over the triennium, and that has been a great strength of the way in which this team has worked together, genuinely as a team, not often disagreeing, but being able to manage disagreements in a very constructive manner and remain all friends around the table. So that doesn't happen by chance, and it doesn't happen by relying on standing orders. It happens through inclusive leadership, and there's been some very testing times and issues through this triennium, and certainly in your time as chair, you have brought people together and you've found common ground and sought to find ways through all of that. So that has been a remarkable contribution to the life of this organisation. And then I just think on behalf of the region as a whole, 29 years representing the people of Hawke's Bay is an enormous contribution to public life. Has come at great sacrifice for you and your family, I have no doubt. It's been a heck of a lot of hard work, so you well and truly earned a bit of a rest now. So we have for you, similarly from our comms team, your profile, but we have a slightly more significant gift. And this is on behalf of the Regional Council and the region. And this has been made for you. Hand it to you, and on here is an explanation of what the various elements mean, but it has responded to some words that the staff of the organisation have pulled together and has been translated into Te. As you know, Te is a work on for me, so I'm not going to attempt that, but I'll give the English version, and Petty can back me up. So it reads, we acknowledge a strong, persistent leader, called to arms, grab the wheel, an extremely difficult task. You are the prow, the figurehead of the waka who went beyond the horizons but cherished the things most important and dear, an influential and powerful speaker, the voice of reason for the land and sea. Salutations.
Not you as well.
Well, firstly, can I just say thanks? I just want to acknowledge a few people. It's fitting that you acknowledge your predecessors, and I want to acknowledge Fenton as the previous chair. A very difficult job you had, Fenton. But you made it more difficult for yourself by telling me that I couldn't move a motion to amend the minutes, which of course I could. You made yourself very difficult, and I was then, with my colleagues in arms, intent on making your life even more difficult. I think we taught Fenton a lot of lessons about how to run a meeting and a lot of lessons about standing orders. And it was a great old time chasing Fenton around the place. I want to thank Rex. I'm here a bit longer than I would have been. Rex, I happened to be in Taranaki one day, and as you do, you get your phone, you search your phone, and you see that there's an article about how I'm being nominated for the chair of the Hawke's Bay Regional Council. What? I was reading it. It's Rex Graham. I said, well, I didn't know anything about this. I got on the phone room. Oh, he said, I was just talking, thought I'd nominate you for us, but you never talked to me about it. So anyway, first meeting we got to, I was nominated by Rex, who got up, and I'd heard him speak in the election campaigns, and he had no idea where he was going to go. He shocked his wife on many occasions. And I looked at Julie's wife, and Rex stood up to go and make the speech to reason for his nomination for me, and Julie just looked at the thing and was like, oh, God. Anyway, it worked out fine. Rex got me 4 votes, and Fenton got 5. So that set that up. And so Fenton saw me as the mortal enemy number 1. And so we started that term. And it really is a difficult thing because the council was divided from the beginning, and it was made worse by the fact that Rex and I arrived here one morning about 8:15, really early, and saw all these cars in the car park belonged to other councillors, and we couldn't see them. Not the councillor here, not here. Yeah, one of them happened to wander, well, Rex and I having a coffee. Oh, where have you been? Oh, I've just been in a meeting. So obviously they were having meetings with the chair and the chief executive, and we were out of it. So the 4 of us, Tom and Peter, Rex and I, realised that we were in the dark, so we called ourselves the Mushrooms. And so the Mushrooms decided to grow and work. And I have to say, those first 3 years were some of the funnest I've ever had. It was, we would meet in the Clive Hotel afterwards, see how many bruises we had. And people said, oh, you guys lost at the meeting again. Even when we had our own round of meetings, we went to Central Hawke's Bay, and we at Skinny Mulligan's having a beer afterwards, and people go, oh, are you guys the Mushrooms? Have you lost again? We had notoriety, but it was fun because we were campaigning on a cause. And we campaigned on a cause because we saw that something was wrong. So I'll come back to that. But before I get off the thanks and Rex for the fun, I do want to say thank you to James. James, you're absolutely outstanding Chief Executive. Your grasp of the detail is sometimes bewildering. Sometimes I feel you've got me more detail than my head can cram in, but there's no shortage of detail. Capable, competent, and the consummate civil servant. You've got a great team of people around you, Ian, Chris, Katrina, Jess, all of them are thoroughly professional, and I just want to say that people underestimate the quality of staff in the public service in New Zealand. I've had the fortune of going to many jurisdictions and dealing with public servants in other places, and I'd put the New Zealand public servants up against any on any occasion. And the Hawke's Bay Regional Council is no exception. They are just simply fantastic, professional, capable, dedicated, uncorruptible, and I'm very grateful to all of them, and you can say thank you to all of them for me. I also want to acknowledge all of your councillors and say, what you know what a lot of other people don't, it takes courage to put your name forward for an election because you might not win. And what people don't get is that losing is the most public dismissal of any. Everybody knows. They all participate in it. And that's it. So, you work at a corporation and you get the sack, but you go home and no one on the street knows what's happened to you. But in politics, you've got to put your neck out on the line, and you're seen as public property. Everybody owns a piece of you, so I admire you all for your courage, and I appreciate all of your service. As for my time here, I've had a great time. I have quite often told people that they underestimate the value and the quality of local government. It does some really good things, and I've talked to people about what we've done. Rex is led on making parks. I mean, my son said to me one day, "Why are you still doing this?" So I said, "Come with me." I took him to Waitangi Park. He remembered it as an old dump. I said, "Sit here for half an hour, son, and see what you think." And when he got up, he said, "I understand this now." He said, "It's only public service can do these things." Hawke Park, I helped Rex to a degree there, and it's all coming along. We're going to go and plant some more trees. I was able to bring to the council impressions from outside. I had been through the Taranaki and seen how many riparian plantings they had here. I couldn't believe how little we did. This council measured in metres. One year we got 500 metres planted. I joked on and said, "Well, do we expect to finish all the rivers by the first ice age after this? Well, the second ice age." This was always good with grumps. I'm really pleased to say that we're planting kilometres now, and Ian and the team are doing a fantastic job. It doesn't look wonderful. 20, 30 years, you'll never recognise this place. I was also very worried about the finances. Rex and I discussed this on numerous occasions, and we felt that we'd inherited got the granny's inheritance, i.e. the sections thrown up by the Napier earthquake, which had been flogged off piece by piece, and you could see no sign of them. I felt, and Rex felt, that our finances were in a terrible state. So we organised a capital review committee, and we put the dutiful member for Napier, Neil, in charge, and said, find out what the answers are. Halfway through, they came and said, we need another $100 million to build a wharf. And to Rex's credit, I was determined to go down the path of leasing it, but Rex came up with the IPO, and I said to him, "You bastard." I said, "You maybe change your mind." I never sold off a thing in my life. It was a public asset. So all my friends of 30, 40 years who I'd campaigned for the retention of state assets, I had to go and tell why I was going to sell half of the port of Napier. It was the right thing to do. I have no regrets, and it's been the right thing to do for the financial structure of this council. It's now worth as much on the balance sheet as it was when we owned it 100%, and better still, we've got 100 million in the bank. We've diversified our assets, and we still have influence and influence over what it does. As much influence over as what we had before. The council's finances are in a remarkably better shape. All the better for a number of other things. In the first term, a proposition was put for us that it was a minor matter, and a paper went direct to the council meeting that we buy $23 million worth of environmental flows. I said, 23 million, that's more than a minor matter. Oh, no, it wasn't. I was assured by the chair. Oh, no, it wasn't. I was assured by the acting chief executive. More than 23 million for water, which flows down the river anyway. Anyway, it's one of the greatest con jobs I've ever seen. The exacerbator sucks all the water out of the ground and then tries to charge the ratepayer 23 million to remediate what they've done. Anyway, they passed a resolution, so I wrote to the OAG, and says this is a minor matter. They start to inquire, and suddenly the resolution was overturned. So from that, I became really focused on improving our processes and our finances. Interesting to note that when we asked what this was going to cost us, the then Chief Financial Officer, Craig like this, got a piece of paper and started scrawling whatever, and like on the back of the envelope came up with a figure of 23 million. I said to Rex, I said, he doesn't even know. It was just how bad it was. It was just like, oh my goodness, Joe. So improving the structures, having financial plans, doing all that, and I just want to acknowledge the work that Jess did with that. Are really important stuff. The IPO is an outrageous success, and the team who lead that all need to be credited with that, including the current chair of the port, Alistair McLeod. Rex and I had a very interesting meeting with him. We told him what we wanted, and we said to him, are you up for the job? If you're not, we want to get someone else. And he said, I am. We said, well, don't let us down. And he didn't. So behind the scenes, we had a lot of tough conversations, and we went on with it. So it's improved dramatically. But the part that I think, apart from plantings and finances and processes and all of those things are important, one of the things that I've seen that's improved the most for me has been our relationship with Maori. I had the benefit of, again, travelling to other places, and I saw that in the Bay of Plenty Regional Council they had a team of 8 dedicated simply to Maori liaison. And a wonderful team they were, and many of them are still there. And I came back here and I said, well, why don't we have a Maori liaison? How do we engage with Maori? What do we do? Who does it? Met with blank stares. So the thinking cap got on, and out of the box emerged Piri Munro, our Pou Whakarai. And what an outstanding job Piri has done. And Piri is now with a number of others, and I just want to say, you cannot imagine this organisation going back to where we never had Piri and others. The contribution has been outstanding, but it gets better. Rex and I campaigned for the Maori seats to be added here, and after two losses and final victory on the third one, this election has got 2 Maori seats, and I'm really looking forward to that. I think this is going to be a great strength to us, and I think they'll make a wonderful contribution. We have also in this term strengthened the responsibility of the roles of the Maori Committee. The RPC has moved together, and we've now got this all-governance approach. Look, it's actually quite simple, people. I am a great fan of Ratana. I'm not a member of the Ratana Church. I've read a lot about Ratana, but Ratana talked about 2 people walking the path together. That's what he saw the future of New Zealand, and I really believe that. And so in this council, I see that we've got now 2 wings which are functioning. Yeah, we've got the ordinary part, Māori part, and both are now functioning. This council will fly. I have no doubt about that. So it's all to how we get this, keep this all-governors approach working, and I think we're going to be stronger and much better for it. I leave you, councillors, incoming councillors, with one regret, or a deep regret. The future you're going to have is more challenging than the one we've had for the last 20, 30 years. I regret that. There's nothing I could do about it. But you're faced with a global world which is much more fractious than we've seen, even at the time of the Bay of Pigs and the Cuban Missile Crisis, 2 clear paths. But it's actually worse today. We have the rise of extremism in both politics, extremism in religion, and all of those things led to 2 global wars. In 3 generations, we've forgotten all the lessons of that, and we're heading back to exactly the same place. I worry deeply about this. There's more divisions between China and the autocracies, Russia and the autocracies in the West than there has been. But on another layer to this, that climate change and global warming is going to have an impact over the next 20 years beyond what any of us can imagine. Those who are travelling out of Africa and other places under stress are going to grow. They're going to go to other places where they think that they get hope and opportunity, and they're going to move. And we're going to be impacted by that. We're all going to be impacted by that. It's not going to be far away. All of these things are distant, but they will have an impact on us. The economies of the world are going to look very shaky in the future, and that's going to have an impact on how we manage our economy here and what we can do. So we're going to be under pressure in all areas. So with all of that, I wish you all the best. I admire your courage, but I would give you one piece of advice, and that is that if you're going to continue to do this job, you need to look global and act local. You ain't going to do it any other way. If you're going to act in this place and just act it within the bounds of Hawke's Bay, you are never going to make it. So look global, act local. Wish you all the best. For me, I leave with no regrets. There's many things I'd like to have done, could have done, should have done, but the work is never complete. I've run my course here. I've joked before the old Net's throwing himself up on the beach before he gets hauled out. I think that's true, and I'm really pleased about that. And I'm really pleased to be having some more time. With me here today is Sandra, and I just want to say I've spent a lot of time away from home, and Sandra came in last night, and I'm working in the office at, I think, 11 o'clock, and there I was still reading papers. Well, that's not a life. So I'm going to do less of that and be more at home, and I don't want you to think this is an opportunity for more chores to be loaded on me. I'm looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to working with the dogs, but I won't ever give up on thinking about the regional council. You people, if there's any thing that I can do to help in any way in the future, advice, sounding board, whatever, you just let me know. Because Rex and I are going to be like Statler and Waldorf. We're going to sit, and don't think we're going to sit on the sideline like those two Muppets, and we're going to offer a comical, sardonic, incisive, acidic, hopefully humorous comments about what you're doing or not doing, and boy, will we be holding you to account, because we know what the inside is and what you've got to do and how you're going to do it. So we're with you all the way. So all the best. I've loved working with each and every one of you. You've been a fantastic team, as Neil said. No question about that. I'd put this council's intellectual capability, work capability, up against any council in the country. Of that, there's no doubt. And nothing's made me prouder than the day we sat in front of Nanaia Mahuta in Wellington, and I sat down the end, and Nanaia and David Parker looked along the line and just looked backwards and forwards along the line. It's something that they had never expected to see in terms of representation from a council, women, Maori, and it was just such a wonderful sight. I didn't have to say a thing. It's said for all of us. It's fantastic. So go well, enjoy yourselves. Time for a cup of tea. I declare the meeting closed.
Thank you.